All right, ladies and gentlemen, can you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, good morning. On behalf of Commissioner Tail, Commissioner Candelaria, Shaq Powers, our county administrator, and John Baxter is absent. He's got family. He went to, I don't know what you'd call it. Anyway, he's with his family at this time, and so we were going and sell our clerk and recorders. So the first thing on the agenda is the minutes for the the September 29th meeting. Commissioners, do you have any recommendations?
I would like to recommend that we approve the proceedings of the Board of Montezuma County Commissioners for September 29, 2020 as presented.
Second.
Motion and second to approve the proceedings of the Montezuma County Board of Commissioners, September 29, 2020. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. County Administrator's report.
All right, the first thing I've got this morning is to go over the cleaning bids from last week. I've highlighted the staff recommendation. Mike's here if you have any question. For the administration building, Redfin was the low bid at $4,600 a month. For Annex 3, Redfin is low at $1,500 a month. For Annex 1, Laurel Schaefer is the low at $1,604.16. For transportation, the lowest bid was half of everyone else, so we disregarded making Redfin the next at $250 per month. Combined courts, Redfin was the low at $4,600. Sheriff's Office, Redfin was the intermediate. We could also go with Sparkle, but Mike can tell you the situation, but there's no independently verified references for that company. And for Road and Bridge, Redfin was the low at $450 a month. Now for the Sheriff's Office, Combined Courts, and the District Attorney part of administration, there has to be FBI clearance to be in those rooms without anyone else there. So to award those bids to Redfin, it would be conditional upon them getting their security training and FBI clearance prior to December 30th of this year. But those are the recommendations.
Who is cleaning them now? Shaq, do we know?
For administration, it's Monica's. For the Sheriff's Office, it's Monica's. And does the Sheriff have the combined courts too? Or does Monica have combined courts? So those are all with Monica right now.
Okay, so that's the difference for the clearance. It's a different company then.
Correct.
Yeah, new company.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Correct.
Does Mike, do you have any additional information on Redfin and Sparkle?
I called Sparkle's references, I told you, and they said he did a great job, but he supervised their employees. So it wasn't his business. He started a new business, and he's trying to get in, to the county with this new business. So we don't have any references as far as this new business is concerned.
Gotcha.
Any discussion, Commissioners?
No, I think Shaq's laid it out. I think we go with that and see what we've got. Make sure they get qualified, get clearance so they can be in the DA and the courts and the places they need security clearance.
And they don't have to, they have plenty of time.
Oh yeah, got till December.
90
end of
days.
December.
So do you have a recommendation moving forward with Shaq's?
So yes, I would move that we accept the cleaning bids by building as recommended by the administrator. Administration Redfin, Annex 3 Redfin, Annex 1 Laurel Schaefer, Transportation Redfin, Combined Courts Redfin, Sheriff's Office Redfin, Road and Bridge Redfin.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve the contract bids for the cleaning for the year 2021 on the recommendations by the county administrator and staff. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, now we'll go to Dawn Haley, which is the planning director of Montezuma County, and Janie's co-assistant on, I believe the first topic is 49 Square Ventures.
So in July of this year, we did another review hearing of 49 Square Ventures Certificate of Designation for their compliance and whether that should be continued or not. At that time, it was moved that they be compliant by the end of the year for a final decision. So today is just an interim meeting just to see what progress they've made since July towards being compliant by the end of the year. So we're just reviewing their information, discussions with them today.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So, where would you like to start, Dawn?
Shaq, do you have them dialed in?
Yeah, everybody's dialed in right now. I think somebody's unmuted, but we could defer to whichever group you'd like to start with.
I guess we probably will start with Matt Bradshaw from 49 Squares.
Okay, Matt, if you'd unmute yourself and tell us anything you've got to say regarding your status.
Good morning, Matt.
Yes, sir. Good morning, gentlemen. How are you? And ladies,
Well,
morning.
thank you.
I can't see who's there, everyone, but I see a few of you. Thank you guys for taking the time today. So in regards to the facility, I sent Dawn yesterday the groundwater testing is up to date, and the reports from that. We also checked what Bob Peterson had called a seep or a breach, and per our hydrologist, that he doesn't feel that water has anything to do with our property. It seems more likely that, as we thought before, based on the testing that is coming from the neighboring pond. It's pretty clean water based on the seep test. As far as our material, what we moved, as you can see from what we sent, in just last quarter alone, we moved over 3 times the amount we moved in all of 2019. And year to date, we've moved 10,000 yards, which is about just under 8 times the previous year. And we're really starting to roll. Shoot, can you guys still hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
we
we
can
can
still
hear
hear
you.
you.
Sorry about that. I got a call coming in. I'm on my phone as I'm at a job site. We moved, 8 times through 3 quarters what we moved all of last year, and we're really ramping up, getting more trucks to get a lot more material out of there. We're less than half of what we were in material as compared to our last survey, which was in 2017. And most of that is obviously based on this year, the majority of that material being moved. As far as the inspection that Bob Peterson had given in June, I think it was, we've checked all the boxes and all those infractions handled, except for the weed abatement, which the fire department asked us to do when we get wet weather. So we haven't done that yet. As soon as we get some rain, we'll do that, and that's how he asked us to approach it. And yeah, that's pretty much it, I think, as far as the things that we were, supposed to handle for our last meeting.
All right, thank you, Matt. Any questions, commissioners?
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, Matt, I just wanted to commend you on getting the sales and stuff moving. You still running those contracts that we had talked about earlier, that the same sales contracts that you were talking to us about in July?
Yes, sir. And actually, we're looking to go into kind of somewhat of a joint venture with that buyer, who feels we'll be able to move even more material, probably 3 times the amount, and even increase our margins quite a bit on those, so that we'll have obviously more money to keep up with the things that we need to get done. I mean, we are definitely have way more breathing room than we've ever had, just based on our revenue. But when we can increase those margins, you know, that'll make things much easier for us to stay compliant, and you know, make it a viable business, and you know, have us move in the right direction.
All right, Mr. Haley, who would you like first to go to next?
Either Bob Peterson or Ed Smith,
It'd
whoever
have
from
to be Ed, I don't
CDPHE
think.
would
I don't think-
like to comment.
Hey, everybody. Yeah, this is Ed Smith with CDPHE. Well, Bob couldn't make it, but what Matt was saying, I mean, that sounds pretty accurate. I mean, Bob is really the expert on the site. We did get your 2019 groundwater monitoring report, and I don't know if Bob has reviewed that or not. There's still not a baseline for the site yet, but and I don't know, have we received anything from you, Matt, on the advisory that was issued in June? I don't think it was, a response is due until November, but I don't think we've received anything yet, so the response isn't due yet, so. I think you're on mute.
Oh, sorry, Larry. Am I unmuted now? Sorry about that.
Okay.
No, we'll have that to you by November. You're talking about the inspection?
Yeah,
Yeah, we'll have a response out to you, you know, on that by November.
okay.
And as far as the baseline, we've taken we're taking our fourth quarter sampling on October 19th, I believe it is. We're doing it early so that we can have the 2020 report to you earlier, right? And then that that will establish a baseline for us.
Okay, good.
Eh,
Yeah, so, and I think Bob recently approved a revised cost estimate, is that right? It was in August?
He did on that. And I sent a message to him. We're revising that based on your approval of the last one. Those numbers were based on 113,000 cubic yards, and now we're down below 50,000. So we're more than likely going to be looking for a reduction in rather than based on those, you know, how we came up with those numbers for your guidance. We're going to be looking for possibly even a reduction in I don't know that we need to do that, but we're going to, our engineers putting that stuff together for us right now.
Okay, and that seems like that would make sense since it's based on the amount of material that the state would have to remove if we had to do the closure. So if your inventories are significantly lower, and then it's possible that the cost estimate could be revised, and Bob would be working with you on that one.
Okay, sounds great.
Yeah,
Thank you, Ed.
yeah, sure.
Anybody else? Mr. Haley?
And that's really all I had.
Okay, all right.
So,
I actually have a question for you, Matt, because I think at our last meeting, Bob Peterson, correct, stated that we did not have to have consecutive monitoring quarters, that what you had would work for the baseline, and so you're waiting for October before we establish that baseline?
Well, just because the reason we kind of came up with doing it like that is we're due a 2020 report, and that baseline would be, you know, all done in one report instead of doing two reports. I guess is how our hydrologist had you know, suggested we handle that. I can check back in with him, and I thought we'd agreed on that in our last meeting. But if that's not accurate, you know, I can speak to him and ask him to start working on that.
At this point, we're only 13 days
Yeah,
away.
so I'm not sure that it really matters at this point, as long as, I think that was one of the biggest criteria, is that the baseline had to be established, because there was no baseline ever established in the past. So if we can make that by the deadline, then we'll make it.
By the 1st, you're saying? Or by the end of the year?
By the end of the year.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Not unless Shaq has a comment on the water sampling.
I'm still reviewing the water quality samples, but Matt, you did say that your hydrologist is going to be the one writing the baseline report?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how are you doing with temperature checking? How's the temperature? Of the
All
water
good.
supply?
Good. We do daily reports, and all of those temperature checks are in our daily reports.
Okay.
All right. Seeing no other questions, thank you, Mr. Smith, Mr. Bradshaw, for the update on 49 Squares.
I think the only thing
Absolutely.
we need to determine what date we want as the final hearing on continuing the CD.
Okay.
I understand Bob Peterson is probably retiring in December. I guess, is that still true, Ed?
I keep hearing it's any time soon. I haven't actually heard that, but I know that he was planning on it, so
Okay.
I don't know for sure.
Yeah, we got that information from our landfill manager.
Oh, okay. So it's probably pretty accurate then.
But I would recommend that before Bob's gone, before 2 of the existing commissioners are gone, that this be decided in December rather than carrying on into January and we have to start over with anything. It's just whether we want to look at December 22nd before the holidays start or the 29th kind of in the middle of the whole holiday fiasco.
The 22nd makes more sense.
Yeah.
So be it.
I'm good with that.
Does that work?
22nd.
Does that work for you?
Yeah, 22nd's fine with me.
Is that all right with
Yeah,
you?
sounds good to me.
Okay,
Okay.
we'll set it up for the final meeting then on the 22nd.
Yeah, we had set that for January, but that's a lot better if we can get it done in December and
Makes sense.
everybody that's been
Everybody's
involved
done.
is
Bobby,
here.
all the same players will be in the
We'll
same
still be-
ballgame, so.
Right.
All right,
Sounds
thank you,
good.
gentlemen, for participating
Yep.
today, appreciate it.
Yep. Thank
Thank you, guys. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
have a good day. Be safe.
Thanks, guys.
We got 10 minutes, Mr. Powers,
Jack
for our
can
first.
finish.
He may not have finished his report. We kind
Yeah,
of
he
cut
can
him
finish.
off.
Okay.
Yeah, he probably.
All
has
right,
more to say.
so next on my list of stuff to bring up is, I'll go ahead and present my budget while we're here.
Tear it apart, gentlemen.
Yeah, we're gonna shred this.
I asked all the general fund to cut by 1% and my department cut by 8.5%.
Pretty hard to
Start
tear
ripping.
apart.
Well, was there that much fluff in your department, brother? I say that facetiously. Well,
All right.
That's a dramatic shift, Shaq. I mean, that's significant.
Doing my part.
Well, thank you.
Next, we'll talk about
for you.
your
Well, before we
proteges.
before we leave that, and I like the 8% cut. Don't get me wrong, but my question is going to be: do you have the tools that you need to do everything that we need to get done? Still within
for
this?
administration, I will still have the tools that I need.
Okay, that's my
That's-
question, because we can go
Sure.
the other way and get so lean that we're
Sure.
not really getting, we're not really serving and doing what we need to do.
I understand
So-
that. He needs to have his office functional and doing what he needs to do as administrator, and I
Correct.
understand that. so.
And like I said, I appreciate the 8%, but I also don't want to get carried away and go so lean that then we're going to actually be.
We watched him at the landfill. He's a frugal man,
So-
and he knows how to get a lot out of a little, and I appreciate that with you, Shaq. You've shown that in several different areas, that you can get a lot out of a little, and we appreciate that.
I appreciate the vote of confidence. Next is the commissioner budget for 2021. Of course, incoming commissioners, based on state statute, will be making a little bit more than the two that are going out.
We've been saving you guys money all along.
Yep. Yep. The benefits, of course, will be going up with that along with the rest. I did manage to make some cuts, and most of that is cutting out dues, training, and travel by about half, because I'm assuming the beginning of the year we still don't know what's happening.
You're probably right.
So, of course, I can always toy with that number. I can put it back up. I can leave it down. But initially, I'm assuming the first part of the year, there's still going to not be a whole lot going on at this point.
So, part of that dues training and the dues part, would you still be including the 15,000 that goes to CCI?
We'd be still paying CCI in Region 9, but most of that comes out of our miscellaneous budget. That
Okay.
doesn't come from the commissioners.
All right.
Yeah,
Oh,
because I was
gotcha.
gonna say, those are two pretty good size.
Yeah.
Just
If they
Region
don't
9
come out of the
and
commissioner's budget.
CCI.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that just comes out of the general fund under miscellaneous, so
Right.
that's not a commissioner budget item. So mostly we'll just be cutting travel until we hear otherwise. And I suppose if things open wide open and the new commissioners say, we want to travel and get to know people, they can do a budget amendment.
Sure. And there should be some carryover in this year's budget because we haven't done very little dues, travel, and training in our budget this year. There should be some decent carryover in that account.
Yeah,
from
and
this
that'll
year.
just stay in the general
Stay in
fund.
the general fund,
but-
yeah. I think
So-
it's a smart move, Shaq, and it can always be adjusted. You're right. If it opens wide up and CCI and things start happening, we have still our Western Slope meetings, and they start convening in person instead of all this Zoom business. Zoom business doesn't cost you much. I mean, you can do a lot of meetings at no cost, but I hope they get back to open them up where these commissioners can get to know each other and do the face-to-face stuff, because that's important. It's important.
I'm going to argue with you just a little bit on that.
Get with
There
it.
may not be much of a dollar value involved, but the lack of anything getting done might be costing us a lot.
Well, you're absolutely right.
And
I think
that was gonna be my point, is that although we
Yeah.
can have our meetings, the interaction that, where you really get things
done isn't happening.
done it
It's
seems
not
like
hap- it's not happening,
It's a
yeah.
struggle right now, it's a
bet.
frustration.
Right.
Okay.
And then John is absent today for family reasons. But looking at the proposed attorney budget for 2021, he really doesn't have a lot of area to cut, because all he's got is salaries, a very minimal operating. He is cutting his dues, training, and travel, but with the 3% increase in benefits, that still leaves his department with an increase of $4,000 for next year. But he didn't increase anything except for benefits, which we have very little control over, and he cut his dues, training, and travel as well. And
Okay.
so that would be the the attorney budget for next year. So also, I had a meeting with the Attorney General's office and CCI. The Attorney General's office is still proposing larger regions for the state for the opioid response money that we'll be getting from Johnson & Johnson and Purdue. He is saying that makes sense because of economy of scale. I have asked our local players, law enforcement, the municipalities here, Axis, and the hospital to write letters of support to the Attorney General, asking that at least our region be confined to our 5-county area. For a couple of reasons. First is because geography determines our regions here. To get out of our 5-county area, especially December through March, you may not be going depending on the day. They close that pass, what are you going to do?
Mm-hmm.
So that would be the first one. The second reason would be the 5-county area is already our mental health area, our behavioral health area, based on the way that the OBH, Office of Behavioral Health, has broken apart the state. And I don't think anybody can argue that substance abuse is a behavioral health issue. And then third, that's the region we use for everything else. Southwest
Transportation.
TPR, CDOT, Region
Yeah,
9,
CDOT.
everything else we've already got, all those partnerships established, and trying to redo all those partnerships and agreements, in my opinion, will be wasting time. So I've asked for letters of support from all of our other supporting entities in that, and hopefully they'll be coming in over the next week on that.
Do you know if Julie in Plata County, is she doing the same as far as?
She's also pushing for the same 5-region area as she is. And I haven't heard from anybody in Dolores County. Archuleta County also wants to stick with that, and I haven't heard from anybody in San Juan County either. But I think it makes sense to not try and reinvent the wheel on something as important as that. And then had a meeting with CHAFA, the Colorado Housing and Finance Authority, and they're interested in doing community development and looking at hiring somebody to be in our 5-county region as well. So they hope to have somebody hired before the end of the year and working more actively with us come January. So that'll be interesting. So that concludes my report. You still got 3 minutes.
I'd ask you to tell a joke.
Yeah, you got a magic trick?
Well, I'd tell you a COVID joke, but you probably won't get it.
Got 2 Mylars and a special use
Well, let's-
permit that
let's
needs
go
to
ahead
go.
Let's do it.
And do that.
Yeah.
These are ones
They
that
just need to
have
be signed?
been approved and just need signature.
Okay.
Maybe we won't need a lunch today, huh? Oh, okay.
What everybody does. Boy, you're good.
If we get time, we can throw it in before lunch. We can move it on the agenda. Okay. If you'd rather. Unless you're going to oppose that resolution. Unless you're going to oppose the resolution.
I'm not in a position to. I think it makes sense.
Yeah, I think
County to elect our
New York, LA, and Chicago should control the whole country.
We might as well just.
It makes perfect sense to me. I'm tired of filling out that bubble.
Yeah, exactly.
there another one?
Get it done. Right on time.
So we did, yeah, shoot, we're knocking them out.
All right,
man.
at this time, we're going to have a public hearing. It's 9:30, and we're going to have Mrs. Purcell announce the public hearing.
Okay. Commissioner Supel.
Here.
Commissioner Todd.
Present.
Commissioner Candelaria.
Here.
Administrator Powers.
Here.
And Attorney McLaren.
Here.
Tim Purcell, Montezuma County Clerk and Recorder. Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will hold a public hearing for review and determination of a proposed two-lot moderate subdivision and rezoning application submitted by Charles and Lori Hall on property located at 13221 Road 32, Magus, Colorado, consisting of 74 acres Marta, located south of Road D, west of Road 32, situated in Section 1, Township 36 North, range 15 west of APM. The hearing will be held Tuesday, October 6, 2020 at 9:30 a.m. Commissioners' hearing room, Montezuma County Administrative Office, 109 West Main, Parkland, Colorado. Interested persons may send in their input. Information may be obtained from the signing office online service at https://montezuma-co.smart-community.com. Public/home. You may also contact the planning department at 970-565-8801 questions. Dated this 11th day of September 2020, Clover South Clerk, Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, Colorado. Published in the Journal on Wednesday, September 23rd, 2020.
Thank you, Mrs. Purcell. I see the Halls are in the room, so.
Mhm.
Hi.
Come on up. Hi.
Okay,
Morning.
looks like we're going to be,
Morning.
we're looking at doing a two-lot
Two-lot
subdivision.
moderate, yeah, they're dividing off 6-acre parcel and a 3-acre parcel on the south end of their property with a dedicated access easement that will still be on their property, but recorded as an access.
Mhm.
The
How wide
driveway
is that
lo-
access?
The driveway location
That'll
has
be a
been
60-foot easement.
designed at 60 feet, and Road and Bridge has looked at
60, I think we had considered a 40. My surveyor and I were doing a 40. If we need to do a 60, then I'll need to get with them on that.
Oh, okay.
The utility and a driveway easement, we were thinking we could get away with 40 feet, but
Are you gonna
Has to go
build,
through
are you gonna
review.
build the road there, or are you gonna wait until you sell the property to have somebody build it?
no, I'm going to build the road.
You're gonna build the road?
In the very beginning of this process, I'm selling these two pieces of property to my neighbors to the south.
Mhm.
So it's, we were going to do a boundary line change, but they're actually in a little small subdivision down there below me. And so we would have had to have amended that subdivision. Probably would have been a good thing to do in retrospect, but now we're here.
Yeah.
And so we're created a two-lot moderate subdivision. The party there to the east and south on that 3-acre lot is buying that lot straight up from it. The Hopes are buying the 6-acre lot in the back. that's the plan anyway. Of course, they have the right to back out at any time, but
Sure.
we have come this far with that intention. I live, of course, just up a little ways there on 32 Road.
Are your potential buyers satisfied with a 40-foot easement? Does that?
Yes.
That satisfies them for just a driveway? Okay.
The
Makes
power
sense.
company is the only, if we're gonna run an overhead, it's obviously fine. If we go, I'd have to determine whether we have to go beside the road or in the road with the
Underground.
utilities. And so I think they want us to go probably beside the road. And, so, we could make an adjustment for that, but we did feel like we could fit 40 feet and the neighbors are satisfied with that. The drawing is not perfectly to scale, obviously. The property line for the Hoax there on the southeast side there, that 6-acre piece, that line that shows the 6-acre piece actually meets that corner right there of their lots.
Oh, okay.
So they have, they can just drive right up onto it. So it makes it a little easier for the separation of those two. Because although they do get along currently, they have been known to not get along. So right now, everything's cool and we're getting along, so.
Get it done while the feud's off, right?
That's right. So, yeah, the easement is good, and they both will have access to the property from their own property. Once they tear the fence down, they don't actually have to use the easement, but it's there and it's available, and they are going to use it. I know that the 3-acre piece, his son is actually the one who's going to kind of buy that. So he's going to put some house over there or something, which is the other reason we went ahead with the subdivision, because at some point, someone's going to have to pay the road impact fee. And so I figured if I did the boundary line change and then they built something on it, they're going to have to pay that fee. So we just went ahead and did it. Made everything just simpler.
Yeah.
That's about all I got, really.
All right. Commissioner Candelaria?
The only, I would like to just stay consistent with the 60-foot easements or right-of-ways. I realize that, at this point in time, that everybody agrees and it's probably adequate, but if we can keep those and it doesn't look like it would obstruct or hurt you by any means, I'd rather keep the 60-foot widths, just so that we can stay
That is
consistent
certainly
with
your
everything
decision.
else.
Yeah. But this is a driveway. This isn't going to become a
Right.
county road or anything. I mean,
Sure.
more than likely. Rob, what do you think about a 40-foot easement? Do you foresee that? Private drive, yeah. It's a driveway. Right, gotcha.
And and it's not going to be a county road because there's nothing that goes through there on a
No, and we
section
didn't
line at
intend to
all.
make it a red road.
It's a driveway.
Yeah.
Which is, yeah.
That was the only reason we kind of scaled it down a little bit. Obviously, I can make it 60 and build a fence at 40. It doesn't, then they could take the fence down if we really had to get it 60. So if it has to be 60 on paper,
I'm good.
Well, both parties agree to the 40,
we-
it sounds
yeah,
like.
40's
we do have
adequate.
good clearance on our 300-foot line of sight visibility. There is a corner there, but there's no trees obstructing that corner. So
So it's
I did
clear.
have the road commissioner, or the road supervisor out to take a look, and he's like, no problem with building the driveway at that location. Had the proper slope off the road and on the property, so I think we were going to be okay there.
Okay. I'm okay with
All
that.
right, we'll open it up to public comment. If somebody would like to comment on this proposed 2-lot moderate subdivision, if you come up to the podium, state your name and address. Seeing none, we'll close the public comment portion of the public meeting, go back to the commissioners for a discussion or a recommendation.
So I would move that we accept the proposed 2-lot moderate subdivision and rezoning application submitted by Charles and Lori Hall on property located at 13221 Road 32, Macon, Colorado, consisting of 74 acres more or less.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve the proposed 2-lot moderate subdivision and rezoning application submitted by Charles and Lori Hall on property located at 13221 Road 32, Macon, Colorado, consisting of 74 acres more or less. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you all.
At this time, we'll
Good-
close
good
the
job.
public meeting.
Yeah.
Thank
Good
you.
job.
Thank you. Let's see, and then we've I think are we down to number 5 on our planning list then?
So we did this Mylar, we did. We're on number 3,
We did
for
do three.
variance, right?
Oh, okay.
I think.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go to item number 3
Thank
then,
you,
I
guys.
believe. Mr. Haley, that's the Cody variance?
Yes. So the Codys are requesting a couple of variances. One is the setback distance. Well, I guess we'll start again with a little history. They purchased the property in, I believe, 2002. And in 2013, they went through the planning process to subdivide off a 5-acre single lot development from the rest of their 42 acres so that they could refinance. In doing so, they met the setback of 50 feet from the smaller house that was on the property, but in doing so, they encroached upon the setback of the 10,000 square foot indoor riding arena and the existing larger residence. So they're now looking to be compliant and get an after-the-fact variance for the setback distance from those two structures. I believe it's 14 and 17 feet plus or minus from the riding arena and 27 or 28 feet from the residence.
Do you have any recommendations on this?
I would recommend it just to correct previous planning that didn't account for that at the time that 5-acre lot was created. They made sure, and it's shown on the plat, that they met 50-foot distance from the smaller house, but they encroached on everything else that's bigger size. So I don't know why or how that happened, but I would recommend that that gets corrected for them.
Commissioners, any discussion?
Well, looking at the map, even if they wouldn't have been able to get the setbacks for either structure the way they're positioned when they did this back in 2013.
They may have for the riding arena, but not between the
Not for
houses.
that
They would have
house.
had to.
So the setbacks, the variance is for the setbacks and for the 1,876 square foot outbuilding or auxiliary structure.
Yeah, part 2 of the variance is with the existing main house, it's 1,800 and, what was it, 76 square feet?
1876.
And they would like to have that recognized as meeting the criteria as a 1,500 square foot accessory residence. What they keep running into is that everybody that is looking at the property wants to build a bigger main house, and that would put the existing house larger than the maximum 1,500 square foot for an accessory residence.
And the recommendations from the planning department on this second part of the variance?
We recommend that variance be granted. The house is approximately 600 or 700 feet off of the county road and hidden in the trees. It's not near any other property lines, so it's not really encroaching on neighbors or even visibly larger than the 1,500 square foot maximum that's currently in the land use code.
Any discussion, commissioners?
I think this is where we welcome back Commissioner Tell, because this has come before us.
You've had this before, right?
Welcome back.
Yeah. Welcome back, Carter.
Well, it looks like planning in 2013 helped generate some of the problems we're dealing with here today, and I don't see that we I can't see penalizing the property owners for our planning department's indiscretion or how they did not take into account the setbacks from the other structures on the house. So it's all within the same piece of property, and they're not really affecting neighbors. There's no adjacent property owners that are being affected by this. So other than the whole original portion they cut this 5-acre parcel out of, so.
How are they gonna access that, which I guess doesn't much really matter to us, but that second, that auxiliary, because they're not gonna cross that 5 acres, or are they?
Currently, yes, that's the existing driveway, so, that's the situation as it stands now.
Okay, I apologize, sir, I didn't mean
That's
to
all
cut you
right.
off.
So I would move that the variance submitted by James and Leah Cody on property located at 43728 Road M, Mancos, Colorado, consisting of 42 acres more or less, be approved.
Second.
Motion and second to approve a variance submitted by, two variances actually submitted by James and Lee Cody on property located at 43728 Road M, Mancos, Colorado, consisting of 42 acres more or less. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you. You have the document.
All right, now we're at number 5, or did we do 4?
Number 4. This is one that was reviewed a couple of 3 weeks ago for Mr. Ted Clark. He's applied for an exemption per the Colorado Revised Statutes for a 1 acre of property at the West Fork, where the highway has cut off the small southeast corner of his property. The conversation previously was that he needed approval from CDOT or an easement to access the property. Per discussions with John Baxter, he said that is more an individual's situation. Mr. Clark has the situation now. As he sells it, the situation still exists on how they access their property by vehicle, but anybody could walk onto the property, camp on the property, fish there at the river. Per Colorado Revised Statutes, it does not carry over as to how it's going to be used, accessed, or otherwise. It basically states that when the government entity creates a separate parcel by cutting it off, then it should be exempted.
Any discussion?
Well, I mean, this came in front of us prior also, which was a month or so ago. Did he get anything from
CDOT said that they would have to wait for an application to do an official review. It's pretty tight to the corner. I don't know what their site distance is. There is access into the Fork subdivision. Currently, there's 3 residences using that. The permit only allows for 1, so the 2 residences across the river that are using it already made it non-compliant. So I don't know if that would be an option to use that, update the permit, and then have an easement from the west.
Did they get with the Fork subdivision at all? Have we gotten any information?
No, we did not chase it because it's the owner's.
So basically, the owner has not given us an access other than foot access across the.
He has not
property.
obtained an access, and opening up the forks and their permit problems might not be in everybody's best interest, but that's a CDOT question, not ours. I think
I would still think we want to have access point from CDOT before we approve this. This is another 1 acre lot. It's right on a corner. I don't know how big it is, but it looks like they're going to struggle with setback requirements on this. Is that, I mean, what's the length of that lot?
I don't know if anybody intends to build on it.
Somebody will eventually build on it.
Only
I
if
could almost-
only if they can meet the criteria.
I could almost,
But that's That's not under the Colorado Revised Statutes language. They do not get that definitive on it. We can speculate what, when, where, why, and how, but basically it's a separate piece that the highway cut off. From planning's perspective, I don't see how we can override the statute.
And that's how I voted last time.
It sits that way today, next week, if it's sold 4 times, it's been that way for, I don't know how many years. He's had it, the property, since at least the 90s.
Well, I got my made up, but
Well,
I
we
was
got,
in a minority
I don't see
last
that
time.
how we can go against what state statute. It's a straight generated problem. And I don't see how we can, I think we leave it in their lap. I think we leave it in their lap, not ours.
Well, it'll come back to us eventually.
Well, if it sells and somebody
Yeah.
wants to do something with it, and then you'll have to determine
I mean, yeah.
what fits with the state, with what's the state's
Well,
done.
it'll just be for the setbacks and/or
Yeah.
really that would be it. Because the state would have to give them the access,
Mhm.
not us.
Yeah, yeah.
Correct, yeah. Yeah, the access would come from CDOT or an easement from the west.
Mm-hmm. Well, then I would move that the exemption submitted by Ted Clark on property located at 26059 Road 38.5 Dolores, Colorado, consisting of 32.67 acres more or less, be approved.
I think I know that look. Second, there's a motion and a second to approve a Mylar for an exemption for the Ted Clark property located at 26059 Road 38 Dolores, Colorado, consisting of 32.67 acres. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 2-1. Item number 5. And that's going to be, and I see him in the back, Mr.
This is
Steve
Mr.
Blackwell.
Blackwell's property. Steve Blackwell is here as well.
Which document do you want to start with, Don?
Second Amendment with this man.
Just go to the site map or the bottom of the application.
How you doing today, Mr.
Good.
Blackwell? Good.
This is Stephen Blackwell, the owner of the property and the creator of the subdivision. There you go. So Mr. Blackwell's requesting a variance on the setback distance from the county road right-of-way as well as the east property line. And I'll just let him explain what he's got, how he got there. He did all his homework except reading the land use code.
Well, basically what I needed on Road H is I needed a building built because I do a multitude of things. I do estate sales here for the county. People come to me and I sell their estates. But I teach 12 different subjects. I teach the only handicapped hunting school in the United States. I teach military. I teach law enforcement. I needed a classroom. So what we built is we built a 40 by 60 building right there in the corner, and I checked with all the neighbors, and I checked it's on a straight shot on Road H where it didn't interfere with any driveway easements, it didn't interfere with any roads, it didn't interfere with any sight patterns of people driving up and down the street. And I hired 2 contractors to build this building, one to lay a slab and one to build a building. The next thing I know, I'm 13 feet within my property line towards Road H, and I'm 17 feet from Mitchell Springs. And on the east section of that property, it's basically all swamp ground. nobody's gonna build on there, nobody can build on there, it's all water down there, and then it's all rock. And I thought I was okay until Don sent me a notice that I wasn't. And the building is erected, and it's just a tin building, and it's not blocking anybody's view. I didn't have to cut any trees, or I didn't have to infringe on Mitchell Springs at all. And now I need to apply for a variance to allow me to be legal within the county.
Discussion, commissioners.
Really hard to move at this stage of the
Yeah,
game.
I was gonna say, it's,
I asked my
sounds like it's
contractor if
already
he could
built.
move it.
Here again, it's just another setback issue that we're dealing with, and I hope people out there are watching that this is why we're talking about the land use code and why setbacks are critical, and I hope that people realize that. So, it looks like you're well within the distance for plowing snow. It's not gonna hurt anything there. I mean, and would you say you were 13 feet?
I'm 13 feet inside my property line.
Yeah.
I'm
so-
well aware from the highway, but, you know, I'm 17 feet from the other side, from the swampland. I'm 17 feet from Mitchell Springs. And I've got road all the way around it, and it was on alkali soil anyway, so I kind of improved that piece of ground. But I did everything I could, checked way ahead of time, but apparently I missed a step.
Well, you weren't doing a septic system out there, so we
No
didn't
septic,
get a
there's no
hold of you
bathroom
before
in
you
it,
built
there's
it.
no
so-
water in it, that's not, yeah, I wasn't doing that.
Yeah.
Well then, I would move that we accept the after-the-fact variance submitted by Stephen Blackwell on property located at 25253 Road H, Cortez, Colorado.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve the after-the-fact variance submitted by Steve Blackwell on property located at 25253 Road H, Cortez, Colorado, consisting of 3.22 acres more or less, located north of Road H and east of Road 25. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The variance is approved. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Blackwell.
gentlemen.
Thank you.
Anything else on the table with planning?
We'll need signatures, but I do have one other item. I guess continuing from last week's discussion, Commissioner Sukul, you asked about people putting an apartment or a residence in an existing barn or shop. We've had a couple of instances where that's happened. We never looked at it as the size of the structure as the accessory residence, more so just that they needed to pay road impact fees for accessory residence. They needed a septic permit. But that does bring up the question, in looking at the land use code, and I've had a couple of phone calls. There's another instance in the county where they built a shop, and then we found out later that they're putting an upstairs apartment in the shop. So then we run into the fact where do we acknowledge just the square footage of the living area, the whole shop, the whole barn? Once a shop or a barn's built, it's only a 25-foot setback. When you turn it into a residence, the requirement's 50 feet. So we're gonna have instances where it's gonna need to be dealt with after the fact, but by the way it progresses and what people are doing, I'm not sure if we want to try and change the language to accommodate all those instances or the best approach to take. I can understand just the living space being measured. That is, if there is a limit on an accessory residence. But where you've had a pole barn there for 50 years and somebody puts an apartment in the back of it, it's a whole nother scenario. And I'm not sure how you capture everything that can happen, but I know a lot of people are, well, the one that I think is being built, they're talking about having it as an Airbnb to live on a pasture.
Yeah, yeah.
All that's there is a pole barn in the field, but
Yeah. But
that's
you
a
know,
different
Donna,
experience that I guess that from the city would be a whole nother
I
part of
think-
life you don't see.
I think you're onto the right tact with that, is that you take the structure, be it a barn or a garage or a shop, and that was the structure that was built, then you come with an ancillary residence or apartment or something built into that. It seems to me you've got a two-functioning building there. You've got it functioning still as a shop, the barn, or the warehouse, but then you've got X amount of living space in it, and I think you make your determination upon how big is that living space for the rental property or for the apartment or for the residence, and then judge it that way. Because you still have a multi-functioning building. It's not all one or all the other. It's
Right. And a lot of these are, well, they're probably gonna turn into rentals,
Yeah.
just because that's the way everything's going, from all the
That's where
phone
the demand's
calls.
at. Yeah, that's the demand.
But a lot of these were set up or looking to be set up for when their in-laws are visiting or kids are coming back. They've got a place to be, not in the main house.
Yeah.
But then we've got the setback issue.
So what triggers that is, just say they have a bathroom and a sink, but there's no living quarters. Does you have to?
So there they need to have a septic system. So typically, with a septic system and a restroom, then it's acknowledged as a residence, because then you can build onto the bathroom, then you have a little kitchenette, and pretty soon then you have another room. And the thing is, you don't know what's gonna happen in the future. The shop bathroom can turn into a 3-bedroom apartment.
I would agree with your statement too, that, I mean, if it's a 5,000 square foot barn and they take 1,500 square feet of it, that's your garage, and you only classify the 1,500 square feet, just like you would a garage or anything else within the,
Right.
within the codes that are as of today. So you just have a 1,500 square foot house with a 3,500 square foot garage attached. That's pretty logical.
Right. And we haven't even asked before. I never really even considered that square footage, mainly just that they make sure they get a septic system for it and are compliant from all those
But I understand
aspects.
what you're saying, then that's gonna go from a barn setback to now an auxiliary
residence,
dwelling,
yeah.
and it's not gonna comply because it's already,
One's 25 and one's 50.
Right.
yeah, so it's,
Yeah. Yeah, it's,
But you know, the thing is though, if, like what you said, if you had the bathroom and you had the sink, then the way it is now, you would consider the whole square footage versus if you put a partition wall in. Did I hear you correctly?
Well, currently, we've never really addressed the full square
Okay,
footage.
I got you.
gotcha.
but we don't
I
wanna
mean-
penalize the square footage.
So I haven't, I mean, we don't go around the county and look for all these things. Like Mr. Blackwell's, we got 3 phone calls, and so I had Rob run by there and take a quick look just to see.
Yeah.
Um,
But the assessor does, doesn't she, Don? I mean, the
Um,
assessor's going to be looking for this kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's the kind of development that's hard for them to catch.
keep an eye
And
out. I
if
gotcha.
we don't get a phone call about it, we don't know about it either.
No, you don't. You won't.
So,
Is the planning department's recommendation on this to just leave it alone right now?
good question. I would say that we probably don't need to know the square footage, but the assessor does. I never had thought about it before until you asked the question. We just were more concerned that they're compliant with the road impact fees, septic permit, and a driveway permit if it's being accessed off the county road from a different point than their driveway. Because a lot of them do that now because they are renting it. They don't want them
Yeah,
driving
they
right
wanna
by
drive.
their house to go over to the shop, barn, apartment. So we've been addressing it more from that standpoint than what's the actual square footage and that criteria. I don't think the whole thing would be classified as a square footage per the land use code. But like I say, I don't know what happens over time now. Their one apartment turns into 3 apartments because they're making money.
Yeah.
And their hay barn isn't storing any product. So,
Tough one to keep up with, man. That's tough to keep up with.
That one is gonna be tough to keep up with.
Yeah.
and I don't know what wording you would even try and use to cover all bases, or leave it open-ended enough for discretion or review, or force them to
Why
get.
don't you and Jane work on that and kind of come up with a recommendation, what you see as a workable avenue towards this stuff? Because that's, it's going to keep happening, and it's probably going to get much more frequent.
Right.
And,
You might look at a few other counties too, just to see what they're doing in relationship, because we're probably all dealing with it.
I'm sure
And I think it's
they
gonna
are.
just
Yeah.
get larger.
And how
before
your
we-
assessor can tap into this too. I mean, that, because I'll tell you, that becomes very, very
different-
important in your assessed value of a piece of property. If you're assessing it as a barn, and they've got 3 apartments in it, and they're renting it out and making $1,200 a week on rental properties out of that, man, you've got it assessed as a barn, it should be assessed as a piece of commercial property. I mean, it's gonna make a large difference in how that property's taxed and how the assessor deals with that. So, it's gonna get dicey. Because you're gonna see, I think you're gonna start seeing a lot of that. A lot of that kind of stuff.
I think so too.
I guess I wish I would have kept my mouth shut last week because
That's what I was thinking.
Great minds.
Should we vote on that? Do we need to vote on that?
I mean, my question is it a problem? Is there some kind of are we having an impact to our citizens of this county right now?
The only issue is from neighbors across the road that
Yeah.
don't like it. So we've had complaints.
And I think that's true because it's now a commercial property instead of a residential property and or barn or whatever was a shop. So I think you're right. We're gonna see a big increase in that because people are trying to get out of the urban areas.
And it's a generation, an income
And it's a
generator.
generation of funds.
Yeah,
So
income generator.
I get it on both sides. I mean, if you're needing to,
Yeah.
I think you need to do some research, maybe even
Yeah.
with the planning commission and come back to us with a recommendation. But
Yeah, it might be a good start, and maybe talk to a couple other counties, see if they've experienced any of this kind of stuff.
I think if you come up with 2 options and one involves government intrusion in someone's life and one involves the government leaving someone alone, you should leave them alone.
That's how
My
I feel as
opinion.
well.
What's your extension?
4164.
Wrong.
Anything else, Mr. Controversial?
Yeah, we got a
I
Mylar
need
to sign.
signatures.
Yeah, some
okay,
Then
let's
we're
get some
good.
signature.
yeah, I think we can sign that and then they're done.
I think you're the one that started that, not necessarily anybody, yeah. Laying on him, Mr. Controversial.
I was trying to help. I'm like,
Oh, you're trying to help?
like
He asked if there was
John
any-
Martin, the commissioner for Garfield County, says, leave them alone. It's private property, for God's sake, leave them alone. You should have some benefits when you buy a piece of property.
Well, sure, I don't argue that. I just want our assessment to know the value of that property's changed, and, because we're heavily involved in property values in Montezuma. We don't have sales tax to keep ourselves afloat. There it is. It's miniature. Yeah, a little tiny one. I'll hold right past you, yeah. You asked if there was anything else.
Well, I'll look Oh, another one?
Oh, this is for the,
exemption document for the Yeah, by the time you write too many times, you forget how to spell it. It's like closing on property or a house, you have to sign 35 times and so. Okay.
We're gonna have some pretty expensive man caves.
Gotta pay for that fun. Pay for that man cave fun. Man, you're moving through this, Bubby. Shit.
I figured you'd be right on time today.
Oh, listen to Kendra.
Right
I
on.
did. Look, you gotta get all the way to here. You're gonna be right here
Yeah.
today.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, planning department.
Yeah.
You guys staying busy and you are winding them up and getting them done and out of there. That's good.
Yeah, thanks, planning department.
Wow, Chuck, that sounded a little.
That sounded like kind of a hollow thank you, if you ask me. That was hollow.
Like you were forced into it.
Call it lame.
Lame.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you guys.
Okay, at this time, we have a public comment. If somebody would like to comment to the commissioners about anything going on in the county, please come up to the podium and state your name and address, and the commissioners are right here to listen. Hi, Terry.
Good morning.
I just wanted to come before you this morning and thank you so much for Jack and everybody that participated with the Housing Authority to get our CDBG grant in. So we accomplished that in 8 days, which was a monumental task, and I just wanted to let you know how appreciative I am of Shaq and what he did for us. So
Gotcha.
it did get submitted. We'll know in November, 1st of November. It was the final piece of a $15 million project. So we're pretty excited to have all the financial pieces together and
Is that going to allow you to finish up Calkins and get it kind of where you want Calkins to be?
Financially, yes. Mhm.
Financially?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, we were about $1 million short, so this is picking up that slack for us. And we'll be able to close in December and start construction in January. So,
Good luck.
moving forward. Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But any questions or anything on? I
What's
did
the-
bring a final, if anyone was interested in
Okay.
the final.
Terry, what do we have for the list, the waiting list to try to get into the housing?
Well, we haven't separated out the Calkins from everyone else yet, but we have a 350 waiting list application right now
For rental, for people for rental properties?
for rental property.
Wow.
Mhm.
350?
350. And that's been pretty consistent now for the last 4 years. So, yeah. Yeah.
So we have a shortage of affordable housing.
Yeah. And it takes such a long time to get it from application to construction. You're looking at 3 to 5 years, so we're always behind. But, yeah.
Need a couple of more of those Brubaker places, don't we?
Well, this will be similar.
I know, yeah, I
Yeah,
understand, but it sounds
but
like we need a
Couple
couple more.
more,
of them.
probably 4.
Because that's only 40 units,
4 would
correct?
make it,
Yeah.
really doable, but,
Wow.
so.
We need some more barns with apartments in them.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. I was very interested in that conversation. I'm sure there's quite a bit of that happening right now. Yeah. But
How to
our-
make the chicken coop pay off, huh?
So,
Well, thank you, Terry.
well, thank you.
Yeah,
I just want to
hopefully
finish.
you're successful in that, yeah.
We will be, and you'll all be coming to our grand opening, so.
Great.
Thank you so
And
much.
if you'll give the copy to Kim,
Okay.
that'd be great. Thank you.
Anybody else like to come up to public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. We'll go to liquor license renewal for Log Cabin Liquors with Jerry.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jerry.
Morning.
So I have a liquor license renewal for Log Cabin Liquor located at 41900 Highway 160, Mancos, Colorado, 81328 with Tim Lawrence, and there has been no violations on this liquor license.
Everything's clean and clear and up
Yep.
to snuff, okay?
Everything's up to snuff with them.
You had that to me and I'll,
While they're doing this, I'll come get it.
any other discussion? Commissioner?
None here.
Okay. I would like to move that the retail liquor or fermented malt beverage license renewal application submitted by Log Cabin Liquors at 41900 Highway 160, Mancos, Colorado, be approved.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve the renewal of the liquor license for Log Cabin Liquors located in Mancos, Colorado, be approved for the year 2021. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That was way too easy. I might have to readjust my time here.
And then we're going to go to Mr. Engelhardt, which is the road supervisor for Montezuma County.
Good morning,
Morning,
Rob. They started on that Lebanon Road yet, bud?
Did I what?
On that completing Lebanon Road, that 25 road?
Is it done yet?
It's,
Yeah.
Oh, it is, it's done.
it's
Yeah.
done.
I just haven't been, I haven't been
It's
out
all-
that.
Yeah, we put the lipstick on the pig, it's all ready to go.
Wow, good on you, man.
Yeah, it's
I'll
all
tell you.
done.
Moving on, baby.
Yeah, we're.
I was gone a couple of weeks. You get a lot done in a couple of weeks, man.
Well, yeah, sometimes.
Maybe I ought to leave more often, man. You get a lot done.
You will be here pretty soon. So. So the fire on the hill, we'll watch. So.
Yeah.
We missed you, Mr.
So, do you want to do a schedule today? Because today I'm doing my budget presentation, but I can go through the schedule real quick if you're interested. But basically, we're just carrying on with what we've been doing and wrapping up our summer work and going into some winter thoughts, but that's about it.
Yeah.
So, okay. Good.
Let's go into the budget.
All right, good. So on my budget proposal, we did, basically, we're holding to our 2019 revenues, and we're moving some money around a little bit to make all that happen. We do have a $12,000 increase in our employee permanent salaries due to Anita retiring at 30 hours a week, and we hired Kathy as a full-time, so there's part of that. And then there were some minor adjustments just to make the math work out. So that worked out over there, okay. We took that out of our special roads to make that happen, our budget down below us. We did increase the mag chloride. We bumped it up to $330,000. Basically, we're finding enough roads out there now we can take care of by doing that with this drier conditions easier than we can be blading them all the time. And that's the biggest reason. Not all of them get it and not all of them will get it, but these are the ones that give us the most problems. And we looked at those and try to increase it a little bit annually and get a little more going.
Yeah.
Kinder Morgan helps us with a lot of that too, but you know, in lieu of hauling a lot of gravel to improve the gravel, we can do it with mag a lot of times, so that's what we're after, so.
Does that last pretty much throughout the summer months for
It
us?
does
I
on
mean,
years like this, Commissioner.
Yeah.
On a wet year, it'll blow out on us.
Sure.
But on these dry years, it's a real good thing to have. And we try to get it done in the spring, and you always cross your fingers to make it hold, but you always cross your fingers to get the rain too.
Rain too,
So it's
yeah.
a give and take, but yeah, so. So we do-
Rob, have you had any contact with Reams or anything about that fossil water that you
No,
said?
I haven't heard anything.
Haven't heard anything new on that?
No, and either, and even Dolores County has moved on. We're back to using GMCO or
I got you.
Mountains Desert.
That appears to have gone away, huh?
Yes,
Yeah.
for now, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, haven't heard a word, so.
Okay.
So then on the other one that we increased was the, culverts. We took that out of our fuel budget. We seem to always have a surplus on fuel. Of course, the price of fuel's down, but it's volatile. And we went through this a couple times in our 6 years together, up and
Yeah.
downs and up and downs.
Yeah.
But right now, with the way it's going, I think we're safe to say we can lean that down a little bit and not hurt us too bad, so, or get struggle.
Yeah.
Fuel, like I said, we decreased it $100,000. 10,000 of it went to culverts, 90,000 went to the weed department. You know, we do fund the weed department out of this budget.
You sure do,
So that's
yeah.
where we found part of Bonnie's budget was out of that item. Repair, maintenance, and supplies, we bumped them up 100,000. We took that out of our capital outlay account. They're just so busy in there now with all the work they're doing, and sometimes it's just, you know, you buy a tank for a truck. You find it in New Mexico, boom, you go get it, and you put it on there. It's so much easier to handle it that way than to pull it out of capital. Capital is just something we buy new equipment with, or used equipment that we were actually a little over budget on now. We've bought enough trucks, we've bought enough new equipment, we're in good shape, so I thought we'd just reduce that budget a little bit by adding it back to the shop some and do more repairs, so. Just like the dozer, it's over at CAT, getting transmission rebuilt, track rebuilt, and I don't know, there's something else, but it's a lot of money. And it's gonna have to come out of that shop, you know, it's gotta come out of that budget, so I'm taking that money out of capital and moving it to where we need it the worst, so. Signs and painting, we increased for striping on the roads. This year, we're going to take a very hard look at adding oil to the older asphalt roads that we started 5 or 6 years ago to rejuvenate the asphalt. We think that's a good idea. The guy's coming down next week to visit with us and look at our roads.
Good.
And of course, when we do that, we need to paint those roads again because it's gonna be all black, so we've got to put the paint back on them. So I'm gonna bump that budget up on the paint to take care of that.
Is that usually done in the middle of summer when it's hot, or?
I think so, yeah. I think he's gonna wanna do it in the summer, or at least early summer, you know. But he'll be here next week, and then I'll be able to report to you more what the plan is or what it looks like. And it's an interesting product, and I think we should take a hard look at it, so.
Can make those asphalt roads go a lot longer,
Yeah,
can it?
exactly, yep, so.
Is that just oil, or is that real fine slurry that they use, Rob?
No, it's an oil is
It's
what
just-
they're talking to me about,
just
yeah.
oil.
So, and I know that they have to close the road, a lane for 3 or 4 hours to let it set. Then they switch traffic back over. So there's quite a process of doing it, even just going out on an old road out, you know, like in Ariola, Road 22's on that list. It's very little used road, but you still gotta close it for, you know, 12, or half a day or something like that. It's a process, so. It's gonna be confusing and difficult and irritating to the public, but we don't wanna lose these roads either. We
Yeah.
put too much into them now to lose them, so.
You bet.
So on the professional services, we decreased that, brought that back to where it was at before when we finished 7th Street. That took care of the engineering that I was using to do that. And I don't see anything coming up in this year's budget that I would need engineering for at this point anyway. Going on down the line to the bottom there. So capital outlay, like I said, we took 100,000 out of that to put up in the maintenance. We gave 100,000 out of that account to the weed department, so that gets them their budget. We also took another 57,000 out later when we needed to help her a little more, so it's 157,000 out of there for noxious weed. We took the 12,000 out of it for salaries, and we decreased 205,000 to match our 2019 revenues. In other words, we just keep bringing it down to match those 2019 revenues. And our 2019 revenues are actually, when it was all said and done, are 8,018,000, even though it shows 8,010,000. There's some final adjustments there that were made, so. So that brings our budget, our paving overlay down. We're gonna still plan on doing, on the overlay asphalt, 1.356 million. And we'll do chip seal, grinding, oils, different operations on that for 1.367. We're putting in $100,000 in the budget for the alkali bridge We don't know if the 100,000 is enough. We hope it is, but it could go more. But even if it went, say, 300,000, like there's some rumors that it could, 200 of it could be matching in kind.
Yeah.
And 100,000 cash. But we just don't know those things yet. So I'm gonna leave it at 100,000. If we have to do a budget adjustment later to help with the bridge, we'll go into reserves and do it that way, so. Equipment lease with our John Deere lease is 140,000, it's in there. So that gets us down, I think, to everything said and done at $7,838,213 for our budget this year, which puts us slightly under the 2019, couple $100,000 under the 2019 revenues. And that's all I can go for, is if the revenues hold steady, then we'll be okay. So, Virginia did tell me this morning that when we're all done with everything, that we are looking at probably having our reserves down somewhere around the 4 million mark at the end of the year. We still got a lot of bills coming in, but that's the target, and that's where we're headed right now at the moment. So with revenues this year, they didn't do bad. They came in well, and we're holding better than we thought.
What was
So.
the highest that the revenue or the reserves have been? Do you know? a couple
When
years
I
ago?
got here, it was about 7 million. Yeah, so a little over 7, well, closer to 8. And so we've
That's
whittled it
still $1 million higher than what we projected.
Well, it is.
Or, I
and
mean,
it could be, we
and
had more
roughly-
reserve, more coming in, yeah.
Right.
More revenues come in than we expected, yeah, so, yeah, so. We're trying.
Yeah, you're doing good.
We're doing a lot of work, so.
You're dang right you are.
But that's a projection. We'll see how it goes. We still got a lot of bills to pay.
And
We're not
we
there
won't know
yet.
that until what, January?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or the end of
yeah,
January?
Yeah, it could be, I don't think we're gonna go less than 3, I know that, but I don't know
Right.
that 4 will be where we're land either. It could be a little less than that too, so. But anyway, we're targeting 3, so.
So while you're sitting here, and I know we have this, it's after lunch, the discussion of the mill levies. Do you remember what it was that was taken from the road department?
Half a mil.
Half a mil.
1%.
0.5%.
Half
Do you
a
know what
mil.
that
Or
equates
0.5.
to a year? Just a educated guess.
We could get that by after lunch.
Yeah, I could
to
have that
know.
number after
We
lunch.
could, because it was different well, actually, if I remember right, you guys signed it and it was a half between the two departments, road and bridge.
Human
and-
Services and Road and Bridge.
Well, it was a
Made
half
one-
from each, not between, it was a half from
Right,
each.
it was
Oh,
half
right,
from
yeah.
each, yeah.
From each.
Made
Half from
one
social
mill that
services
we,
and half from
we,
that.
the
And
general
am I
fund.
correct that you can adjust the mills as long as they come up to the same sum?
As long as the total mill doesn't change, you can play within them.
So if you wanted to increase the bridge mill back to its normal, you would just have to take that increase and
You'd have to
Reduce
take
it
it
from-
from social services or general fund, one of those two.
Yeah, because the total is, that's all we can't increase that, but we can move it within that total.
And if yours was increased, I'm taking a guess that it's 400,000. I don't know for sure.
Yeah,
I'm just
I
taking
can
a
do the
guess.
math during
Yeah.
lunch.
If you had another $400,000, what would you do different on this budget? Or
I'd
you put
probably
in your
pave,
reserves?
put some more paving down, asphalt, you know, because I'm at 1.3 on the asphalt, and I'd like to add a little more for doing asphalt that our roads are ready for, or could be done.
You got some chip seals
Yeah,
that you are.
but we're pretty good this year on our chip seal, because we're not doing any big projects. We're anticipating, you know, I was gonna tell you this morning, DOLA did accept our application for consideration. So we're anticipating that we're successful on that, hopefully, at Pleasant View, and we take care of that 4.5 miles with that, almost $350,000. If we do that, that's gonna help us a lot on our road repair budget.
Sure.
We can do a little more chip seal that way. But our big push next year, in all honesty, is not new chip seal as much as it is repairing old chip seal.
Keeping what you got.
We're laying down asphalt next 10 days here as fast as we can to get it done before it gets too cold, so we can come in June and do chip seal on, we'd like to do many, many miles of chip seal, one single overlay chip seal, or even double overlays on a lot of it. And catch up on some of these roads. It widens out them shoulders, it rebuilds them a little better. With us doing our paving patch repair now, it looks kind of scabby right at the moment, but we want to cover that up with chip seal this year, or next year, and there's going to be a lot of that money, a lot of miles that we can do with that money.
And that's
without-
just mostly the single layer, because you're just catching up,
Yes.
you're not really.
Yeah,
you're not
and
really
then
building
there's
it
some,
from
Jim, that we
scratch.
want to do double layer. We'll go back, it's an existing chip seal that we've paved patch, and we'll jump back and go back and hit it with the second lift.
Just depending on what it looks like.
Right.
So
Right. If it's really thin, we'll hit it with 2 lifts. If it's a thicker, still got a thicker cross-section to it,
single.
we'll hit it with a single lift, you know, and get in there. And it's all being done with our newer mixed design aggregates, 3/4 minus, a little more chippy. It's a pretty good product.
It's working pretty good.
Yeah.
Well,
and-
well, can that oil, the guy that does that oil, can he help any of your chip seal that's existing with that oil? Or is it just for asphalt?
Oh, no, that's for asphalt on that
Just
particular.
purely
Now, he
asphalt.
might offer a product that can help us, and I'll talk to him about it next
Yeah.
week. But right
I'll
now,
take a look.
it's mostly just for asphalt rehabilitation, so. So anyway, the plan is now, next year, is to really go back and look at some of these older chip seal roads. Some of them have been, you know, like Road 21, for instance, from G back down to Road B. We did that, it'll be 7 years this spring. It's time, and it's not a bad road. It's held up very well. So we'll put 2 lifts on it probably and keep it for another 7 years without going to that higher expense of asphalt. you know.
Asphalt.
So you can go to, can you ask, Ellen, is that who we need to ask what that is? Or our finance director to find out what that number is?
Well, she's
For the-
out today. All I have to do is multiply the valuation
We can-
times
we can figure it out.
Okay,
.000.
for the-
I bet you're probably gonna be
for the
pretty close.
discussion,
300
okay.
to 400,000, I bet.
Just, I was,
At a half a mil.
I've been in a lot of counties, and I thought that we were one of the best as far as paved roads and everything. And then I went to Delta County, and I was just blown away how many paved roads they had. They don't have Kinder Morgan. They had that coal plant that quit, that where the most of the people lived in Delta County, but the coal plant was up by mine. It was a coal mine up by Gunnison. 300 or 500 people out of work. And I was just trying to figure out how in the world did they afford all those paved roads? I don't know if you know the road supervisor.
I think that
Do
their
you know how?
mill levy is, their overall mills are quite a bit higher than ours. So
Because they actually have 5,000 less people than we do, though, and as
I
far as.
understand that, but when you look at what they're levied, if.
A half a mil for this year's valuation would be $54,733.
54,000?
Way off.
I was only off 100 or 1,000%. I mean, that's pretty better than what,
like
if I work for
selling cows
government,
nowadays,
I'm
isn't it?
allowed 2,000.
Okay.
It's gotta be, that's,
I think what you do is when you look at the overall assessments, if you look at us in Montezuma County, we're way down at the bottom. So although we can move within the mills, the total valuation is what you're looking at. So they may have X amount going to Road and Bridge in Delta County, but we're still restricted by the overall total.
and I believe
But-
Delta County has sales tax as
And
well.
I think
That
they do
can't be
too.
right.
And that's the other
110
big,
million.
So that would probably be it because I think that our budget is actually quite a bit bigger. And I think our assessed value is quite a bit bigger than Delta County because we've got $1 billion worth of
Yeah.
CO2 facilities
Yeah,
out,
I
sitting
wouldn't
out there. in
doubt
the
that.
county.
which we can find that out too, but there again, that is a component of it, is that sales tax. And if you look at our comp plan, which was developed in 97, if a sales tax is to ever be achieved, 50%, the way it was spelled out at that time, went to Road and Bridge, and 50% would go to law enforcement, whatever that holds. So there are a lot of things that we should probably start talking about, start looking at, because when Kinder Morgan does start to decrease, that's a perfect example of how they're being able to sustain that without having Kinder Morgan. So,
Right.
I mean, it's a discussion that needs to be started
Well,
sooner
all I
than
know,
later.
when you drive around the county and you're driving on these roads that Rob and the road crew have upgraded, everybody's got a smile on their face. And everybody you pass on the Dolores Norwood Road in Dolores County is got a frown on their face because of that road. And so I want to make as many people in Montezuma County happy as possible. And Rob's doing that, I can tell you. Because nobody's got a smile on their face on that section of the road.
Probably not.
No, I was up there too many times this weekend.
I start
Yeah.
smiling when I hit the county line.
Yeah, our
too.
county line. And then somebody ran over our sign. Did you see that?
No, I didn't notice that yesterday. I should have.
They hit Montezuma County sign?
That's what I
It
hit
looks to
Monday
me like they
morning.
Yeah, I'm
purposely
sorry.
pushed it
I'll go
over.
up there and take a look. I didn't pay attention to it. So.
I can tell you the road on that side is rougher than,
Oh, I know, I was on that part,
Rough.
yeah. That's probably why I didn't see the sign. I was-
Do you know what happened? I know this is out of your purview, but because Dolores County originally said they were going to burn up all the gravel in that Black Snag pit to do that road all the way. to
I know. You know, they've hauled a lot of that stuff from our pit to their roads that they were gonna do, and they were gonna crush in Black Snag and bring it down. Later on, I don't know. I just don't know.
they came, well, I don't know what they did north of the,
Remember we made them a
Did they do the narrows?
Yeah,
in Hay Camp, thinking.
sure.
Is it still bad?
They didn't happen, did it?
Not really. No gravel?
I'm not gonna say.
Yeah.
They did do some, I know they did south of 536 Road, where
Yeah.
you turn back to Groundhog, but,
I don't know. I still see there's a lot of politics in that Forest Service part, and I don't know what the answer is. You know, I still am not convinced that everything was done correctly on that whole thing, but that's out of my jurisdiction.
anyway, yeah, we're
Yeah.
way
All
off
right.
track, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Anything else, Commissioners?
One more thing, I guess, on the head count, there's one more sheet there, but basically, we're still holding at full-time 32 positions, part-time 5, that's our summer help. And then we have that one workman's comp case that never will go away. So we still fund it, we don't use it, but it's there in case, you know, comes back and we go back to work with this guy, so. Anyway, that's it.
Anything, Commissioners?
No.
So,
Not this time.
the Alkali Bridge, we are going to have a grant, not a grant, but a application ready to send in. I think it's by the 3rd week in October that has to be in, and I did let,
Rondinelli?
no, it's not them, it's our engineering firm, Bechtel.
Bechtel.
Their help put that together. We had to pay them because I couldn't take it out of the engineering account. You can't take this grant and pay for that grant, so we did that, but it wasn't much to it. They had most of the information they needed anyway, so it'll be ready to go in on the 3rd week in October.
Is that DOLA money? Will that be a DOLA?
No,
grant?
I don't think so. That's CDOT.
CDOT.
That's all
Oh, that's
CDOT,
right,
yeah.
CDOT, sure.
That's that off-road bridge system and so.
Sure, gotcha, yeah.
So like I said here a couple of weeks ago, we have moved forward and got past the design and environmental issues on that, and it looks like to
Good.
me we're ready to go into grant applications now with CDOT to get construction money. And we did go out and clear all the brush away from the abutments last week, and so we don't have any issues with any nesting animals in that brush.
Yeah.
And we can start that early next spring without any holdups from the environmental side of it, so.
Good deal.
I got a good feeling this is gonna go now, and away we go, so,
Great,
yeah, put it out for bid, so,
great.
Okay. Been getting a lot of compliments about your roads.
thank you. We do appreciate that, and we're still working on it. I think we got a better plan this year, and we've had several years with this pave patch, and then just hit that chip seal early, and then come back later in the summer and do Road 10 out of Pleasant View, and maybe even Hay Camp later in the year. Well, we might be able to do 20 miles of overlay early in the year, because all this blade patch is done right now, so.
It's a, it's a double-edged sword, because I was with Rob Wednesday at a walkthrough on a county road, and it was so good, they were going so fast,
Oh,
as all
yeah.
we were getting were
Yeah.
complaints on the other side.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. You make the roads better and the speeds just keep
It
going up.
just-
I've seen them going
that's-
70 miles an hour in front of my house, man.
That is terrible.
Oh,
We're
man,
we're
I
not
mean, they
gonna,
go
we're
fly.
not gonna stop that.
No,
That's
no,
not
that's
a-
not, nah.
That's a,
It just makes for a more exciting wreck when it happens. It's a lot more exciting.
because we were trying to walk along that road, and we were moving over to the side pretty quick.
Yeah. No.
Well, the other side of that equation is the Dolores Norwood Road. The faster you go, you ride on top of the bumps.
There you go.
So,
Yeah.
Is there any truth to that really, though? I've heard that theory. Does it work?
no comment.
He doesn't have a suspension left on his truck.
We're
so
gonna catch him
yeah.
one of these days, but.
Just in case Don Wilson's listening, what's your license plate number?
Thank you, Mr. Engel.
All right, thank you, guys.
Thanks, Rob.
We have landfill, Mel Jarman. Then we'll finish it up with the fairgrounds.
Morning, Mel.
Good morning.
Gentlemen.
How we going?
Oh, we're doing good.
Going good? That a boy.
Yeah.
Glad to hear it.
Shaq, well, that's our budget. Most of the bills have come in for the sale. There's a few more little odds and ends, but if you scroll down the bottom, you'll see that we're in the There you go. So we're in the red there, but
Red ink,
red ink.
red ink.
But we're not gonna have to borrow any money. We've
Right.
got it covered, so, on that. And, got a picture I sent Shaq yesterday morning.
Oh,
The other one.
Looks like a
Looks
bunch
like
of
behind
beds.
Shaq's house. Where's that at?
Is that your
Is
chipper?
this our new
No,
machine?
this is our new trommel screen for the compost.
Oh, your trauma screen, there you
Showed
go.
up yesterday morning. And
Wow.
Pico will be out tomorrow to go through a run-through on it,
Great.
so.
what time tomorrow morning?
As far as I know, it's first thing. Travis is gonna call me,
What is first thing to Pico?
8 o'clock.
Okay.
He's supposed to be free tomorrow. We're gonna combine this with our safety meeting tomorrow and just go through it so everybody knows.
Well, you tell that mechanic if he can't tell time, we can't count money. Because I'm
Well,
gonna
that'd
be
be-
down there at 8 o'clock.
That'd be Aaron. Aaron is supposed to be coming down doing that. Anyway, that's what the grant was for.
Wow.
So,
That's quite a piece
of
of
course, we gotta
machinery.
pay for that up front. That's $160,000, and then we file a application for reimbursement on that.
Grant comes back and reimburses
So
you.
we got a $160,000 machine for about 40. Was all gonna be our part of
Wow,
that.
nice.
So, and the second batch of compost, it's not in that picture, but it's right there, is in the curing stage. So we'll have 2 batches to screen and move forward for next summer.
Boy, yeah.
We probably will have to run a chipper this fall to chip up the green waste and re-chip some of what we did last year, so it works better for compost. The other picture you had up there, Shaq. This is a picture of one of our biggest problems at the landfill is mattresses.
Oh, geez.
Because of the springs, can't get them.
You can't compress these things, and they cause a big issue. And this is just an example of somebody coming in with a couple. When the motels come in, they're bringing 50 to 100 at a time on trailers.
What do you charge them for those?
Well, everything's by weight, but that's what I'm here to talk to you about.
There you-
Looking at some of the other landfills on their websites, they charge individually for mattresses. Mesa County's $8 for a mattress or a box spring. Pitkin County is $25 for a mattress or a box spring and mattress sets, $31.25. Montrose County is $10. Bondad is $27.99 a piece. Garfield is $5 a piece for a mattress. I think we ought to at least charge $5 a piece for a mattress or a box spring.
Do we charge anything at all now, or it's just?
It's just by weight.
So it's
But
not.
the problem with the mattresses is they take up so much room.
Right.
And if we charge by weight, we're losing all that airspace for no weight.
Yeah.
What's the average cost between the 5 that you recommended? Or that you
I didn't do an
compared?
average on that.
Probably
I
about
think just due to
$750.
our area down here.
About
and-
$750.
Yeah. I think we ought to at least charge something for mattresses.
Mel, as expensive it is to build these cells and stuff, and when you get a product like this coming in there that is exponentially off your compaction scale where you can't.
It is.
You can't make this stuff fit in there other than take up a lot. I think you got to make them pay for that. I mean,
I think so too.
I agree with you. I don't disagree with you a bit.
You can
If
look.
you get
with-
it too high though, then
Then
they're
they're
gonna
gonna
start
end up-
throwing them in the
Yeah.
bar ditch.
Yeah.
Right,
Just
that's
like-
true.
yeah.
We don't
Just
want
like
to
we
see
do
that
with
either.
the-
That's why I didn't want to go too high. But we got to do something. They're just causing an issue. And we're getting a lot of them from Durango because Durango's so high.
Here we go.
$27.50?
$27.99 is what Bondad has on the
So if
website.
we were looking at $7.50, it's still $20 a reduction to them to come here.
Yeah.
That's,
So you're seeing a lot of La Plata County bringing them to you.
We get a
from-
lot of trash from La Plata County.
We're-
People coming over. 'cause we
I
are
think
cheap.
we're getting a big influx, obviously from Dolores County, La Plata County, I don't know. if we're
Dolores
going-
County doesn't come here anymore.
No, they got Bruins.
They got Bruin waste, and that's all going up towards Nuclear now.
Oh, okay, so it's going the
They took
opposite
the
direction.
transfer station out and put in a compactor, and that's all under contract with Bruin Waste.
Yeah, they
What we
handle it.
do still get Waste Management's routes. They
From
still
out.
come to the landfill.
Mhm.
But as far as their transfer station, that's Bruin Waste.
I think you guys should make them bale mattresses.
Yeah.
How does that work?
It don't.
Gosh, it
It doesn't work worth a hoot.
Them
They end
bales-
up,
Because the
it's like a
springs are
bale
just-
weaving program where the wires tie the bales together and then the bales fall apart and explode.
Blow up.
It's fun to watch though. As
When
long
we
as you're
were
not the one
baling
working
trash
on it.
and we'd get a mattress in there, those bales would come out and just explode. The wires
no.
wouldn't even hold it.
No kidding.
They'd just explode. I can tell you,
Oh,
get a
man.
lot of it. They would just explode because they won't stay compacted. So that's the issue. Second
Too
thing,
bad you couldn't run it through their shredder. And
Yeah, chipper is just, but
well, that's gonna be down the road when we get our C&D permit for grinding stuff. Be looking for a shredder.
could you shred one of those things with the
Yeah,
right
you
shredder?
If you've got the right shredder,
Yeah,
yeah.
you sure could.
Because the magnet would pull the metal out and
They
push
do.
it to the
I've
side.
been talking with one of the guys that did a bid on the trommel screen. They sell Comptech shredders. We'll be looking at a dual shaft. It'd be doing all of our green waste, our tires, and light C&D.
oh man, you gotta
But
get there.
that's-
Nevertheless, would have to charge for the
sure-
mattresses, so
sure
I
you
think,
would.
I think
Sure you
that's the,
That's how you pay for that thing.
Well, at that point though, once you got that machine, you would just charge mattresses as C and D, right?
Yeah.
If they separated it,
Right.
right?
Yep. But, you know, for now, that's down the road. Those machines, $800,000 to $900,000
Yeah.
for one of the machines.
So what number are you suggesting to charge?
I would think at least $5. If you want to do $750, that's fine, but I don't think we should go higher than 10.
Commissioners, what do you think?
I think $750 is a
Commissioner
good number.
Candelaria?
I could live with $750 right now to get started with. I think we're between your recommendations there. And then you're gonna have to evaluate it. Is it enough or is it not enough? Because you are using a lot of space.
It does take up a lot of space.
You don't have much compression there at all.
All right, it looks like, I wanted 739, but it looks like 750.
You can make a motion for 739, Commissioner.
Think simple.
He's just contrary.
Okay, what else do you have?
Okay, do the landfill expansion. I told you all last year that we're gonna have to do that gas monitoring deal, and that's $55,000 price tag on that. Talking with a consultant, that's gonna be a process that they're gonna have to do every 5 years. for that
So it's
landfill.
gonna cost that much every 5 years?
Every 5 years.
Is this through CDPHE?
Maybe those mattresses
EPA.
need to be
Yeah, it's not just
2750.
CDPHE, it's EPA. This is for the air quality.
Does it test like methane gas?
It's for methane gas. If we don't spin this, they will make us put in a methane collection system, whether we have methane or not. See, I can tell you there's already a county that happened to, and they're into it $2 million already.
2.8.
So we need to do
2.8?
the,
Pay me now or pay me later?
And
yeah,
so,
pay me later is very expensive.
and isn't it what the controversy over in Lada County that there's some company wanting to come in there and drill for methane?
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, there's that in the east of Bayfield, that HD Mountain deal over there, there's a company, two companies wanted to come in and re-drill them for coal
What
bed
do-
methane.
What do they use that methane, they burn it like gas for gas?
Make
No.
electricity, burn it for electricity.
Mm-hmm.
Dad's landfill up there at Denver, I forget, 264 homes are power off the methane they produce and burning
Yeah.
off the excess because their plant's not big enough to produce any more power. But we're just not big enough.
No.
We're
no.
too dry and we're
Yeah,
just not big enough
yeah.
to produce any methane. But if we don't keep up with this testing, they'll make us put it in anyway.
Right.
It sounds like we better.
So we
Because
have
they
to do
won't
the
handle
testing.
things on a case-by-case basis and do variances.
Can we get a variance?
So we
We
should do
give
no
variances, why
variances,
can't we
right? Is
get
that what
one?
you're saying? Because-
Why can't, you talk to the feds and you tell me. This is the federal version of CDPHE.
The federal.
I think we just proceed, Mel, with your,
Spend the
Oh, we have
I mean,
to.
we have to
yeah.
do
I
it.
put it in next year's
54,000.
budget, so it was in there for that.
okay.
Weaver had the CQA sent to CDPHE last week, so hopefully we'll get our approval for our sale to start putting trash in soon, hopefully before Bob quits.
How many, was that very many pages? We just want to know how much.
I
they're
don't
charging per
know
hour.
how many
Oh, we know how much per hour.
Yeah.
I don't know on that. Recycling, I don't see based on what, especially with COVID's been going on, you know, we kind of stopped sorting all the recycling. I don't see why we can't go back and let the city start up and do the number twos and the paper and stuff, go back to
Good.
normal on that.
Commissioners?
Good.
Yeah.
The markets,
I
are
think
the
we-
markets any good for any of it?
We are moving cardboard,
Yeah,
cardboard and paper. We're keeping,
plastics not so much?
not some, well, everybody had quit. So we haven't even, I don't think we've made a bill of plastics all summer long.
Yeah.
So-
I think we can, if you're comfortable with it, start going right back to our recycling program.
I think so.
And
I mean, we
start
have people coming
bringing
down to
it back.
recycling anyway. We just stop the sorting from the cities
Right.
stuff.
So just,
Move forward.
yeah,
Okay.
move forward with it.
Moving forward with another project, this is something Shaq started a while back, household hazardous waste collection facility. The only one on the western slopes of Mesa County, they only accept Mesa County residents' household hazardous waste. So I met with Jay Balfour, the fire chief, picked a spot out down at the landfill to put in a small facility, looking at some, Shaq looked at some. The one I looked at in Anchorage used railroad box cars for different, like pesticides, flammables, paints, a little different. I don't see why we can't do the same thing with shipping containers.
Mm-hmm. COVID container, yeah.
And engineers are already working on that to get a plan moving forward to go, it's got to go through CDPHE and get moving on that so we can put in a facility here.
After you fill up the storage container, what is the?
Well, we're going to use the shipping containers to store it, and then we'll have to have a contract with an organization like Clean Harbors to come in and pick it up.
So they would just pick up the whole
remove
container and
it.
then bring?
Well, no, we'll put them in barrels. The containers will be there permanent. Well, not permanent,
They'll
because you
just
can
be
move
your
them.
storage
they're just a
place for
storage.
them.
Yeah, it's just a storage area. We'll collect them in. And through the upcycle store, if we get good paint, we sell it.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody wants to come and get $1 for 5 gallons of paint or whatever, we'll continue doing that. But right now, we have no places for people to put their household pesticides and stuff like that.
Cleaning products.
And cleaning products and stuff like that. And like I said, Mesa County is the only one on the western slope that has one. And they only allow it for their residents. If we
Mhm.
put one in here, it'll be a big benefit for
Yeah,
everybody.
and you'll charge people to bring
And
it by,
well,
yeah.
you'll have to charge,
Yeah, hell, yeah.
because Clean Harbor is not
You
cheap.
bet, you
Yeah,
bet.
because then you're removing it.
It's removing it, and it's
Yeah.
a lot of paperwork, because it's hazardous material.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Mel, you can follow up with me later on this, but when you use a shipping container, what did they do for secondary containment in those?
Read through some of the regulations. It's just a containment similar to a fuel tank. If you have a spill, it can't go out.
So you
Okay,
just
so you
burn
just
it.
have to do
Yeah.
a berm
And we have to have it to where we can lock it.
of
And
course,
it has to be
yeah.
manned. When we start this, we'll probably open 1 or 2 days a week, and the person has to be there to take care of it. So we'll have to designate somebody, whatever
While it's
days we'll be open, to be there the whole day while we're doing this. It can't be just people walking in and doing whatever they want. So. And when we do that, we do have our EDOP completed. We do have the new complete EDOP. This will be a change to it.
Of course.
So we get to pay
I
them
thought we
another
weren't gonna change
$125
that.
an
Huh?
hour?
I thought we were gonna change that.
Yeah.
Well, every time we do something different down there, it's a change to the EDOP. We already have a change in it before we even got the completed document to us for the tires. Because of the new tire location, we moved that from the shop out to south of cell 4. Because we could hold so many more tires, we didn't have room there anymore. That's another change.
Shaq, how much longer are we gonna have to look at your wedding pictures? I mean, this is ridiculous.
As
Mel.
long as you want to look.
Mel, as a favor, I want you to put together a plan for the future, obviously the future commissioners, not us, but that chipping machine where you can do mattresses, tires, all your wood products for your composting project. You know, you can do so many diversionary things. You get that, and maybe it is an $800,000 chipper. I'm sure Shaq will be more than happy to loan you $800,000 to buy one and let you pay it back at a very reasonable rate. And, you know, what you could do with that machine down there as far as diversion stuff, I mean,
Oh, yeah.
to me, that is something I think Commissioner Candelaria and the future commissioners at SHAC ought to keep that in the front of their mind, that can change that whole complexion of how that landfill operates.
I mean,
Garfield
we're gonna
County's
discuss
already-
capital projects this afternoon.
Oh, good, okay.
Garfield County's already doing it. They bought one of these machines and
Yeah.
they're using it. I just haven't had time to talk to them
Talk
yet.
to them, see how it's working for them, yeah. But you will,
I am,
you will, I know you will.
I am.
Anything else?
That's all I've got.
Well, you're doing a fine job down there. We get lots of compliments on
Yeah.
Good.
on the landfill.
Good.
It's very well run.
Well-run operation, good job.
That's a good crew down there.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mel.
We're gonna go to the fairgrounds. Justin McGuire. How you doing today, Justin?
Oh, good.
Good
How
morning,
about yourself?
Justin. How's the guy doing in a tough year?
Oh. I'm ready for the next one. Probably like the rest of us.
Did, what was it, the Home and Garden? What did we have?
That's coming up.
Yeah, we had the Ag
Ag
Expo last.
Expo.
I heard that.
It-
Didn't do so good.
It didn't turn out.
It's just the
quite as
wrong time of year
expected.
for it. It
Yeah.
just wasn't set up for it. Everybody expects that in the spring, and it just wasn't.
Mhm.
It's hard to have an Ag Expo after harvest
Yeah.
Well, or
Yeah.
during.
or
Or
during,
during,
depending
yeah.
on what
People
you're
are still
growing.
out really finishing their harvest in October, so.
Yeah. Well,
All right, just to get us through our schedule stuff, into September, our attendance was 44,145. Income to date,
Your income not bad.
$60,017.40. We did have the high school and junior high rodeo, which was on Labor Day weekend. That went really good. We did have a 3-day barrel race the weekend after that, that one went phenomenally well as well. The commodities went good September 12th. The weekend of September 18th and 19th, we did have some restroom issues at the car races that weekend, and Dave went out and kind of looked that over and got it cleared up, and I think we might have a little bit of issue there. He's going to come back out at some point and try to scope that for me and kind of see, you know, if we got an issue.
might have a
on-
septic problem or
Yeah,
something.
see if we
Yeah.
got an issue on that line or something.
Yeah.
Was it a line issue or a?
Well, he was thinking there was something on that line going to the septic system off those off the bathrooms at the race car track that was causing the issue. So I don't know if it was collapsing, you know, I don't know if that's PVC. I have no idea.
When were those put in?
I couldn't tell you.
Couldn't tell you.
I couldn't tell you.
Orangeburg.
We definitely want to get it fixed before
Yeah.
next year.
Yeah, so I'm going to get with him and he's going to come out and try to, you know, run a scope down that, kind of see what we got going on. See if there's something that's causing an issue or if it was just a,
Justin, even if you have to get a plumber to adjust their schedule, get it fixed this year, because that's a sanitary issue, which means we can bill the CARES Act.
okay. Well,
There you
when,
go.
we're going to probably have him come look at our stuff when we do our remodel, and that's when I'll have him go
Okay.
over there. So, which is coming up
So we
next
might
week.
have to add on to it.
Well, it depends what it was designed for.
Gene's got a lot more people than we used to have. I
Yeah, he's-
think.
he's-
I mean,
he's
I-
a lot more
Depends
active.
on what it was designed for, yeah.
Yeah.
If
What
it was
the-
an issue
Come to
from
think
the
of it.
tank, the tank to the field or from the tank to the,
And that could be, it could have just backed up, you know, from
Sure, maybe.
the tank being so full and.
COVID
coming
Act
back in
restaurant.
line.
Come
like
to
that.
think of it, bigger bleachers would ensure social distancing.
Amen. That's
There you
CARES
go.
Act.
There's another way.
There's CARES Act right there. You got it, brother. I
And
like
then
the
I-
way you're thinking, Shaq.
So do I. And we've got till what is it,
December 30th.
How do you feel about that, Justin? Putting your reputation on the line for social distancing on bleachers.
We need some more.
Get the order sheet out, bud.
Well, we're working on it. We're working on it. And then his last weekend of September, the 3-day car race, it went good.
I'll tell you that, man, you had a busy summer out there with automobile racing.
It-
I'm gonna tell you, that guy's got stuff going on out there.
Yes, it helped us dramatically as far
See
as,
that.
you know,
Yeah, that area, yeah. Yeah, we like you, man.
And then coming up, we got the Home and Garden Show this weekend. And then October 10th, he's running a demo cross out at the racetrack. October 17th, we have a rodeo coming in. October 18th, we have a team roping. And October 24th, we have that women's rodeo that's being put on by True Western Roundup.
Wow.
Which is something I don't think we've had around here.
That looks new to me. I haven't seen that before.
See how that one turns out.
True West came over here since they couldn't do anything in Durango.
Yes. And
Oh, yeah?
We
So
actually
they've
got
been
a...
over here pretty much all season long, haven't they?
Yeah, we got a series set up with her for next year.
Good.
So we're gonna run 4 or 5 months. She might even have a possibility to run during the fair, so
Great. God, that's good.
that's what we're
Yeah.
looking at with them.
Picked up one from being open.
Mm-hmm, yeah. You
But
did.
that whole series, it sounds like, I don't know if it's once a month or once every 2 months or
Yeah,
whatever,
once a
but-
month. So she's gonna try to do a Wednesday night in Durango once a month and a Saturday night here once a month. So it's kinda, I think, what she's looking at.
Did pretty well on your bucking shoots, and that was
Yes.
through public surplus. I was following those a little bit, watching.
That
So-
actually turned it out to be a really good idea. We got $1,775 off of them.
And they came and picked them up.
Yep, and they're already gone. So I went to Wyoming, somewhere on the eastern side of Wyoming.
Those were those extras out there after we'd remodeled the other bucking chutes. Yeah, you
Mhm,
showed us.
yep.
Good. Good on you.
Last Wednesday, we did get that new oil heater put in,
Mm-hmm.
so that one's installed.
And so it's ready to go.
It's ready to go. They
So it
fired
could
it
be
up,
utilized
seems to be
for
working great. Yep.
December.
That's what I was thinking. So have we heard anything about that?
I think we're gonna address it later today too, won't we?
For this year?
That request for this year.
We can, that's one of the requests we can look at, and we might as well just consider a request for next year. Maybe not the same amount, but just think about it in advance. But on that, I did talk to Moko after we volunteered their services Christmas Day, and she does have 2 drivers that are willing to drive on Christmas Day, so.
That could work out. Especially if he has the heat.
Yeah.
Do you know, are you familiar with what we're talking about?
Yeah, Shaq kind of filled me in a little bit. He called me the other day. I don't see an issue with that. I mean, it's not going to be a cozy 85 degrees in there like you would be, in your house, but it's definitely, it will help. And then, of course, next to the bleachers is going to be a lot warmer because that's where the heaters are. The problem is once it starts getting out to the middle of the arena, of course, your heat rises, so it's staying, up here. So later down in the future, we might want to think about putting fans or something to kind of push that down if we do a lot. But no, I think with both of those running and, if we got to kick on the supplementary propane heaters, just depending
I
on.
think
doors
it's
closed
just
up
for a
good and
3-hour period of time,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
So it was pretty short.
So,
Well, then, and we're gonna talk about that request money. I mean, what,
We
why
have
would
all
we?
those requests to look at this afternoon.
Oh, okay, all right.
All of the asks. We've got a list.
I mean, the main reason for that additional request, that of 7,500, whatever the money was because they were gonna deliver so many meals.
Yeah, we're taking them to
But
the homes,
so
yeah.
if they're gonna, a majority meet in person, then.
The cost of that
And-
meal's gonna
and-
go down considerably.
One other thing we would need to do on that, if that's the way her board or whatever agrees to move forward, is in order to keep them from having to buy extra insurance to participate at the fairgrounds, the county would have to sponsor the event.
mhm.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we'd have to have some sort of liability, if
Mhm.
something was to happen, so unless they
Well, we
provide it.
do the
or-
same thing up at the Annex 1. I mean, the same,
Yeah, I was gonna
same
say
difference.
it's identical,
Yeah.
just a different
But yeah, we
structure.
could,
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
Nope, that's fine. So then, yeah, we got our kitchen and bathroom remodel, and it's gonna start this Monday. We're gonna start
Good.
tackling that finally.
good.
We got a 6-week window that we really need to get it done in, before our next event comes on the inside, so,
That'll give you incentive, won't it?
that's right. I did send over the contract and alcohol policies that we talked about.
Which one do you want to
last
start
month.
with, alcohol?
Let's just start with the master contract. I think I put it first. Did you guys get an opportunity to look those over a little bit?
Mm-hmm. I'm not a real contract guy, though.
I think the last email that I read through, and I sent it to John basically for his
Yeah, that's who needs to.
Review
ideas
because
as far as the review, as far as the language is legal. I mean, we're not,
Mhm.
so we're gonna ask you, Ian, you know, the legal parts of this.
Yeah. And so I did review it a little bit. I didn't really realize till yesterday that John was going to be gone. So if you guys
Neither
have
did we.
Yeah. So if you guys have specific questions, I'm happy
Yeah.
to.
Well, let's just go through the highlighted portion. Right here on page 4 is the first highlight. Any sales, use, marketing of alcohol, marijuana, or any legal intoxicating or mind-altering substances must obtain prior approval from the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners at least 90 days prior to the event.
And the reason
And
why
that's
we were
caused
looking
us
at
problems,
changing
bro.
it to 30 was to stay within the
Yeah.
CRS and not
Yeah.
twice as
I
restricted.
think we all agree. And
Yeah, that 90 days was putting it way too far out there for people to, because we've had problems with that 90-day
Yeah, because
deal.
they're missing
Yeah.
it. They're
They
like,
are,
oh
they're
my
mi- yeah,
gosh,
wow.
30 days with the state, now we missed the.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yep, so all I believe we need to do on that one is just change, you know, the
Just
90
the-
to 30 as far as the language
Yep.
goes.
Okay.
If that, and I think that's the only thing in our contract part. I know we were talking a little bit on security issues, you know, and whether or not we wanted to change, you know,
So
required
on this
security.
part, do you guys want to go ahead and vote on that right now, and then he can change the Word
Sure.
document? And we
I'll
can
move
send
that
it
we
next
change the time frame on our notification from 90 days to 30 days on our contract with the fairgrounds.
Second.
Motion is second to approve changing the 90 days to 30 days. Interesting language on what we're describing here. For mind-altering substances. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 And Jerry, what will you need from the fairgrounds or the commissioners with them going to 30 days on that?
As long as they inform the people that they have the 30 days, that has changed to 30 days, so the new 90, so that they make sure that they let them know that it's 30 days.
Okay.
See if we have any problems. Can you repeat that for the people on the?
So
To you,
we can
Ryan.
just post that, basically you can get it on whatever information that you have. Shaq, we can post it on Facebook, website.
Just repeat that we're changing it from the vote,
Or
or
the what Jerry was saying. And I-
what, I missed what she
She
said.
just said, as long as we notify the people within 30 days, or the 30-day change.
Okay.
So we'll get that on Facebook after you guys sign the updated version the next time Justin comes.
Okay.
Okay.
The,
What else
the
you got?
only other part in that master contract part was, I know we were talking about the security a little bit. There is a back page there that does give you a security waiver, which I have done with a few of the, you know, like barrel race. We don't really require security to come and watch the barrel race. So I do have them kind of sign that. So I think we're covered, you know, if we decide, you know, an event doesn't need law enforcement or security present.
And what is the process? Does the event coordinator need to come to the commissioners to ask to have security waived?
No, all it is under my understanding for this is they would fill out this form requesting what they want, why they want it. They would put their information and it would be approved by me. And then, you know,
So, did you hear that, Gene? Well, the reason I'm saying that is because that was one of his
Mhm.
biggest expenses with the sheriff's department was the,
exactly.
I mean, what was it, one deputy was $20 or 40?
The deputy is 40 an hour, and the sheriff's posse is 20 an hour.
So it's 60 an hour. Okay.
They have to have one with the other, 'cause, right?
Well, he doesn't need either one, correct?
I'm sorry?
I said you didn't need either one, you felt like, right?
Actually, I don't feel that I would need either one unless, for some reason, we decided to do a beer garden or something under a special permit. 99.9% of the time, we address and handle any problems that we have, and if there is an issue, the sheriff that's there doesn't do anything, I'm not knocking him, he calls for backup. We usually have the situation under control.
Taken care of.
We've only had 2 incidents in 2 years.
Yeah.
Give you an example, this Saturday for the demo crossing stuff, that's gonna cost me $600
For just security?
for 10 hours. And it's just, it's a lot of expense that I don't feel is necessary.
What do you think, Justin?
Why was it in there in the first place? I guess I'm gonna go back and ask for history, and I don't know if you have the history
I
on
don't
this or
have the
not, or if
history.
this was prior.
We
So,
don't think
I-
either,
I don't-
but what it is we're kind of, we're saying he needs it, we're saying the bell racers don't. We're saying that they need it, and they, you see what I'm saying? It's
Correct,
there's
because
no
they-
consistency.
Because the alcohol policy would be something different if they chose to do something with that.
That would be the only
But
place.
that's totally different.
Right, that would be the only place I would see that you would mandate somebody
Want
having
that
security or
security.
people out there patrolling and watching people as if you're serving booze.
So that it's
And
consistent with everything.
Yeah, I just don't, how do you feel about that, Justin? Do you see the need for security at those races and stuff?
At his races, the way that he's running them right now is, you know, he has sufficient people that can kind of keep an eye out and watch for that stuff.
for any kind
So
of
I don't
trouble.
see an issue with him. Now, there are instances like the fair, for instance,
Well, yeah.
where I do think they need to have some sort of enforcement there, just
Oh,
because
they're
you got a
serving-
vast
they're serving
amount of
liquor at the
people.
fair, too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and the same thing with the Ag Expo, or,
Yeah.
you know, some of or the gun show. Of course, they have the posse that comes in and they hire them to stay there all the time, but it's, you know, you get a lot of people, big, you know, huge events where you're talking 2,000 people.
Yeah. Things
I do
happen.
think they need to have some sort of a security presence.
So this request that we already have basically gives you the authority to use your discretion. So we don't need to make a change. We just need to use the options available to us.
Right, the waiver already exists.
Yeah, unless you guys really wanted to make a change to that and, you know, do away with it across the
You're
board.
running the fairgrounds, I guess we're asking you, how do you feel? What is your, what is your view, and what you're telling me right now, that your view at the present time with this operator, that it's not needed? Now, it could be at a different event or a different operator. But that's then within your discretion. So if we're leaving it within a department head's discretion to manage it, I think it's there, it exists. I don't think we need
And
to
I'm
change
okay
it.
with that. I'm fine with that. I mean,
So I'm fine with him making the decision. If-
Yeah, because he's watching it.
You
He's
can
seeing
always,
it.
you know, you can always have an operator appeal if they didn't like the decision. So, it sounds fair.
and then, of course, if we're doing alcohol, that's all
Yeah.
void. 'cause-
But that's a
yeah,
different, yeah,
Exactly.
that's a different permit.
Exactly. So, but these smaller events, I mean, I don't really see the need for security. I mean, if you're just having a team roping out there, you know.
Yeah, you'll have
Well,
to
in
do,
these car races, I went to 3 of them, he says, if we catch you with alcohol, I'm gonna personally pick you up and kick you out myself. He announces it. I mean, it's,
So you didn't let him catch you?
Yeah.
no, I had it.
He kept the flask.
Out of my boot.
Yeah, he kept his flask, yeah.
okay, what else have you got,
Okay.
Justin?
So then we'll move on to the actual alcohol policy part. And this is gonna be needing a little bit more revision. Just like that other one, that first highlighted part, if you can see that, it says at least 3 months prior.
That'll go to 30 days.
That, yep, would need to go to 30 days or 1 month, I assume.
So did John have anything for you in on this, or?
You know, John didn't have anything specifically. I don't see any issue though with bringing that to a month there.
Okay.
Yeah, John didn't mention anything specifically on this though, and I did look it over and it looks good to me. So
And then the COI is consistent with the 30 days also, so that's consistent.
Yep.
Yeah, so if we keep that the same, then, you know,
I would just suggest that we change it to 30 days just to be consistent across the board instead of a month.
Okay.
Just because I mean it's just a
Yeah,
little
Different-
thing,
different.
but it is two different things.
okay. And then like you were saying, certificates of insurance must be provided to Montezuma County at least 30 days in advance of the scheduled event or activity. I didn't know if you wanted to mess with that at all, just because, you know, if they're going to the last minute of applying for their alcohol permit, they might not necessarily have insurance on hand. But I know.
I think they can get the insurance within 30 days though, can't they? I mean.
I think so. I think they can still get their insurance. I'm not quite sure, or, you know, I don't know if I understand that 100%, whether they can, you know, before they apply for their alcohol. But, you know, if you buy your insurance and then you get denied your alcohol permit, it's like, well, now you just paid money for insurance, and then.
I think most of them already have their insurance because
So they.
it's not like just the first time they've ever done it, it's almost annually. So
So-
I think they all have liabilities in there.
Some of them do, because they already anticipate that. Some of the other ones do not. They have just a general liability, and then they add an insurance policy on
But that
top
can
of
be
it.
added at any time. They have to have,
Yes.
because you can't purchase insurance, or what I'm familiar with is you buy it annually, and you pay for it annually, so whenever their annual fee
You
comes up.
just get a rider to it. If
Yeah, they
you
just
did a
have to
special
add that,
thing,
and
it
that's-
would be an added rider to your
Okay.
general liability.
Yep. So, I mean, I'm okay with leaving that, and
Okay.
I don't think we need to change that. And that's it for
That's
that.
it.
So, I mean, as long as you guys are okay changing the verbiage in that one as well.
We are, I think they're,
Yeah,
got
yeah,
mutual
makes
agreement,
sense.
so.
I think now you have to in this one because they voted on the other one.
Right, we do. It has to be
So-
consistent.
Yeah, you gotta make them consistent, yeah.
And then
So probably when you redo these in Word, probably change the revision date.
I would definitely get with Ian to make sure that you guys are squared away so that everything is
Okay.
proper
that.
per.
And then I'll bring a new copy next time we come in.
So
and-
that
Yep.
way it's.
And they'll sign it
Okay.
then.
And
Perfect.
Justin, I don't know if I have your email, but I can get with you.
Okay.
I think John's got your phone number, and
Yeah.
I can track you down. And
It's
so we-
J. McGuire as CO dot Montezuma dot CO dot US.
I thought it was.
First initial, last name.
Same with the rest.
Awesome.
All right, and then that moves us to some of the possible improvements that we were looking at. I haven't had a whole lot of time, and we've been kind of short-staffed over there, so I've been trying to funnel through some of this. We'll just start with the electric at the racetrack. I had Jerry come out. He took a look at it. It currently has 400 amp single phase over there for the electrical. We probably need to look at upgrading that to a 3-phase, either 400, which might be sufficient, or maybe even possibly a 600 amp. You know, and then it's looking at future possibilities as well, because we use every bit of that that's there now, and we have issues once in a while.
They still has to run generators,
Mhm.
light plants, I guess is what you call them.
Yep. One of the other things it needs all those breaker boxes replaced, all the wiring. We're looking at trying to get all the pole lights in the infield replaced with new LED lighting, all the lighting down the fence line, adding in service hookups. And anyways, with all that, I mean, we're looking at 350,000 in that range. You know, if there was a budget that gave us somewhere around 350,000, then Jerry was comfortable enough to think that we could cover all of this and get it improved.
So to me, those are all capital improvements.
Yeah, those are all capital. And what else do you have for everything else at the fairgrounds?
And then the other thing that we needed at the racetrack was the fence itself. I did get one quote. I was trying to get some from a couple other places, but I just haven't been able to get them over there to look at it. I don't know if you want to listen to the one quote that I do have. And
No,
kinda-
don't air it if we're
Okay.
still collecting
Yeah,
it.
but we would like to, can we personally see it?
Yeah, you can pass it around,
Yeah,
just don't say it
yeah,
out
but
loud.
don't-
So I did do this in 3 sections, just so you know. The first quote is the upgrade for the fence line, which makes all the poles straight because they're all leaning. It's going to straighten those. It's going to put new cable up, 5 layers of cable, or 5 strands of cable to make it regulation. It's going to put kickers that go out at 45 degrees, 2 foot. and it's also going to support the ends like it needs to be. So the first quote's going to be on that. The second quote is going to be if we can add on to that fence to the west side and allow him additional parking for handicapped people. So it will just...
On the west end of the track?
On the west end of the track, it'll go right next to where our existing fence ends, that 12-foot high, and then it's going to continue on an additional 93 feet, 93 linear feet, and then it gives him an opportunity to have some of those handicapped people pull over there to watch the races, and he could probably give you a little more info on that if you needed it.
I've got a question. I'm going to talk dollars here because this is what we're talking about. So you said our revenue at the fairgrounds is $60,000 annually?
Correct.
This year, does that include what the racetrack also brings in?
So that includes what we charge the racetrack, the $350 a day for him.
So that dollar value is in the $60,000?
Yes.
And right off the beginning, you're asking for a $350,000 increase? Keep going.
Okay. And then our last quote on the fencing part would be to replace the fabric that goes around the back of the bleachers where it's all messed up and screwed up, and just replacing that fabric if you wanted to add that onto it. So that's why I put it in 3 quotes. The first one is the most critical, and then the second one is...
This is probably the only one you have, right?
For fencing.
So, Commissioner, can you just look at this, because we're going to hand it right back to him. So, did you see it? I'll tell you.
I got it right now.
And then the next thing over there was the bleachers that we were talking about. I did get a hold of CBS Constructors, is who done our bleachers over at the grandstands.
Oh, yeah.
And he is working me up something to present to you on that. And I don't have that yet. And that's kind of all I went down with the racetrack for now, because those were our 3 criticals. It was, electrical, fencing, and bleachers. And then some of that other stuff we can wait till later.
Yeah. Did you give them to us in the priority that they need to be done, you think?
Yeah, pretty much. I think electricals are number 1, fencing's are number 2. Of course, they're pretty close. That fencing needs to be done, especially that straight front part, right there in front of the bleachers where those poles are leaning and stuff. That does need to be done.
Mm-hmm.
And the electricals only.
That's a safety issue. I mean, yeah.
Needs to be compliant with their
And that needs to be,
association.
compliant for his wing cars.
I'm sorry?
Are you wing cars that
For
you gotta
the
be compliant
race
for that sprint cars?
The kickers on the front straightaway are for the sprint cars,
Okay.
winged and non-winged.
And how many days are you using the track out there for the races?
This year it got used, I believe it was 24 times. We're set up for 19 times next year.
We used it 26 times this year. Jeff.
26? Okay.
26 times.
And most of the money that you see comes in, to the economy in town that we pull off of
I
events
know,
that go out
so
there.
I was wondering if Gene could let, he knows several stories about the hotels, Maverick. Could you enlighten the commissioners on that information?
Sure. I think you can hear me. I don't need to be in front of my.
Well, we got,
Microphone, we need them for people out there in YouTube land to hear you, so.
because for me, I know what Mr. Candelari's doing. He's like, well, I'm seeing how much it would cost versus what the return is, but this is government. This is not private enterprise. We'd be broke a long time ago. And with the fairgrounds was never made to make any money. The fairgrounds is a service that is provided to the people.
It's a public asset to be, yeah, that's right.
That's what but what it's doing though, the side effect of the races, you have some stats that.
We do have some stats. The manager from the local Maverick that's out there on the edge of town, she knows when we race without even looking at our schedule, they increase sales about 20,000 a day. That's just at the Maverick. The McDonald's and places that are open when the races are over, they're starting to stay open because you can't get in those places. The people come back into town and spend more money. The little retro inn that's downtown, every weekend that we race, we sell her out. The Baymont that's across the street, we pack that place. There's about 17 local cars around here now, and I say local, Montezuma County,
Dolores County.
Dolores.
Yep.
We have averaged over 100 cars a night at that racetrack. Those people are coming from somewhere. They're spending money in this community. Napa, the parts store, AutoZone. It's just amazing because they're here from out of town. They're going to spend their money somewhere. They've also took advantage of some of the tourism stuff that goes on around here. We just had a family here from Oklahoma, John and Karen Newton. They planned their entire vacation to come up here our last 3-day show, and they took in all the sites that they could possibly take in. They were here for 5 days. They drove all the way from Oklahoma just to race at our track.
Wow.
So we're getting there. I'm standing here in front of all you guys. I know a couple of you are leaving. I made a commitment for at least 5 years. Unless you guys throw me out, I got 3 more to go. It's only going to continue to get bigger and better. I have a passion for it. I put a lot of my own money into that. You've been out, you've watched those kids race. That's our future. If I can keep those kids busy, they're not going to be spending time with the sheriff. And that's my goal, is those kids. So that's where we're at. I need help from you guys. I realize that it's not a moneymaker for the county to speak of, but it sure brings a lot of revenue into this county for the local businesses. And then those businesses in turn might buy a piece of property, build a house. Every dollar spent, I'm not a rocket scientist, but I know it gets spent 6 more times before it gets shoved in somebody's savings account somewhere. So that's a lot of money coming through this county.
And you'd made a suggestion, or not a suggestion, but a statement about our racetrack and the clay. He used the terminology about, well, if it was good enough to make the pottery for the Anasazi,
Yeah.
they like that our racetrack, don't they?
Yeah, people have been here, XR Racing, when they did the live feed the first 3 days that we were open and we didn't have spectators. They have never seen a racetrack like that, and it is unique. And that racetrack here in Montezuma County separates the men from the boys and the ladies from the girls, because you got to know what you're doing. And we've made it smooth and fast, and it's unbelievable. And that's what keeps drawing the racers to this track.
They like the track.
Some people get frustrated and pull their hair out and go, I just can't figure it out, I quit. And then all of a sudden they're winning. They finally get it figured out. But there's not another track in the country, I will guarantee you, that's as smooth and slick as that racetrack is.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it's taken a lot of work, trust me. So I'm trying. So
what would we, like DOLA, how could we, some of those items?
I think
GOCO.
I think those are issues that Justin or not you specifically, we would have to help you with as far as grants that could be available or something like that as far as your funding for these items, because and I think Jeannie, you're doing a great job, so don't think that I don't think that at all. But I also am looking at it as how far do we subsidize something that's not, that's the question that comes to mind, because your ask are spending a lot of taxpayers' dollars that, and it does help our businesses. I mean, that's all economic development. I agree with all of that, but these are some pretty big asks. What was the agreement, as we go back? Because when you had that first, it wasn't a public hearing, but when the races were first starting and all of the group of people went here, it sounded like the racetrack, the county had deemed this portion of the racetrack to the racing association, and I don't know if that's Steel Correct or whatever you call it. But they put this racetrack together with their own funding, is that what I recall? Because it sounds like they put it together on their own.
So, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong.
I don't think, well, I can tell you, I don't know because it was so far back, and I don't know if you gentlemen will even know either what the agreements were made back then.
So that racetrack was started in '85 by a group of people like myself that just had a love for the sport. And that's when they closed down Novotny's, which was the old Thunderbird Raceway out at the junkyard. It was started by just individuals who had a desire to do something, and because they were not nonprofit, the state took it away from them, and that's when the county took it over. From that point, it's just been, and I've done the same, I'm not going to deny. You've had a lot of different promoters. You've had actually associations that have taken the track. I think they're actually, the longest running group was about 8 years, I believe. And everything that's out there has been done by volunteers.
And I think that's what they told us, or expressed that to us.
Yeah.
at that first meeting.
The fencing, the piping, things like that. We laughed the other day when we were looking at the electrical. It was all done by people who wanted to improve with no money. I don't know what the actual numbers are, but, and I'm not even a gambling man, but I would bet you money that I had double the people at that racetrack than they had at that fairgrounds all year long. You know, and that racetrack does belong to the county. I know that you guys are fixing to spend $200,000 on a kitchen that's going to get used 4 or 5 times a year. I don't think the county's going to make any money off that kitchen. You know, that's the kind of stuff that really gets to me. I'm trying to better the community and everything about it, but I don't have that kind of money. You were talking about grants. You can't get a grant because it's motorsports. Well, there's always loopholes in everything. The government's good for that. What if you put a concert on there twice a year? No longer makes it for motorsports. You're using it for another venue. There's money out there that can be gotten if people want to do it. I'm asking you guys, I realize it's a lot of money, but that lighting and that fencing, I'll keep working with the bleachers. I'm not saying I won't run. I'll do what I have to do to continue next year. It needs to be fixed. I have 8 light towers out there running because without those light towers, that place would be unsafe. The drivers can't even see on the track. And those are light towers that I bought out of my own pocket. Have I made any money at that track? Nope. It's cost me a lot. And I'm asking for the county to give back. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. I will continue for at least the next 3 years, busting my hump to make it bigger and better than what it is right now. We've accomplished a lot since I took over that track.
Well, what I have heard from, we have one of the best fairgrounds in the state of Colorado, is what I've heard. And you're right about the 200,000. If we want to start adding the $1 million, or what was it, $500,000 for the cover just over the bleachers at the rodeo grounds. And I think that the racetrack is like, you have a grassroots that gets it started, and then there has to become a point where, and when it starts getting to be successful, that you jump in and help them out and make it better, because you're at to take it to the next level. And I think that's where that fairgrounds is. I think that we've spent a lot of time on the upper part, and it's time to spend some down there on the lower part. I mean,
it's been a neglected facility. And
it has.
And a lot of it's been because we've been one year one promoter, next year next promoter, and
I've already signed my contract for next year, so.
Yeah, so it's.
I thought you said that was a 5-year contract? Or
No. It's a user agreement annually. But when I first came to you guys with Mr. Reed, and at the time it was Larry, I was asking for a 5-year lease, and that's when I found out that you guys didn't lease it. It's actually a user agreement. But I've made a commitment to all of the drivers. All of the fans know me. I made a commitment for 5 years minimum, and I will stick it out for that. I'm still young. I'm 57 years old. I'm retired, so you know what, who knows how long I can go. I go days without sleeping on race weekends. I put that much time into that racetrack.
And I seen it firsthand. That's why I went. I haven't been to the races in years, but I wanted to personally experience myself and see what it was like. And it was amazing how happy the people were. And the rate, I don't know how many millions of dollars or how much money is tied up in those trailers that they bring them cars in.
Yep.
But there is some serious money sitting out there in that pit area.
Yeah.
And
I believe that.
I
don't
just see,
think those
I've
cars
seen
are-
this in so many instances in my life where somebody gets something right there, and then they just need a little push.
That's
and,
it.
And you're there. And if the county doesn't come in and finally help you out a little bit, we'll probably go the other direction.
Yeah. And I must be doing a good job because there's another racetrack, and I know this is live, so I won't say where it is. They've actually asked me to come and promote their track. So I must be doing something right.
Yeah.
I brought the fan base back. I brought the cars back. It's been unreal. So
What's your number one priority out there as you see it, Gene? What's the number one item out of that list of wants at that track?
I need that. I need new lighting, and I need that electrical fixed. You know what? If I have to dig holes myself and pull that fence back, concrete them, I guess that's what I'll have to do. But the lighting and electrical is in dire need. It needs something. I have light towers. I have generators. I do whatever I can. It's bad enough right now in the old concession building. If you have the ceiling lights on and we have all the backlights on, you plug in a 1,800 watt coffee pot and front straightaway lights go out. So,
And the deal about the lighting is logistics here as well. So, like people would say, well, why don't they just have the races during the day? But he's getting so many people from Phoenix, so many people that they get off and they need to be able to get there, right?
Right.
At that night.
Well, and people are off work, and you get your audience and your attendees, all that works. It works better.
So Friday nights we try to start at 7, and then we have to shut down for the first part of the summer in May and June because we have to wait for that sun to go down. Saturday nights we've been trying to start by 7, and I should explain this to Justin. This coming season, we're still going to start at 7 on Friday nights for the people who have to travel. Even if you're coming from Farmington or Aztec, you get off at 5, you still need time to get here. Going to do my best to start the races at 5 o'clock on Saturday afternoons because everybody's already here. Number one, to cut down on the time. We're getting better on our time management, but when you're dealing with that many cars, it's hard to be done at 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. So we're going to try to speed up the process on Saturday to make it a little quieter in town. Because I didn't know this until 2 days ago, but if you're staying at the Retro Inn, you can hear the race cars. I did not know that.
I can hear it in my house. I know when you're running. I know when you're racing.
So
it's not a distraction, but you can you hear the background, the motors, and you hear them running around the track. Yeah.
I don't think it's a distraction to anybody. I don't.
No.
No, we're in a good location there.
And
I loved it as you as a promoter. One night he said, every kid in the stands, snow cones are on me, go get one. I've never seen a promoter do that. I've never seen, one guy wrecks his car, and I don't know what that thing was worth, but they threw a cowboy hat around there and what, $500 and some.
Call a rollover fund. We try to help and give back. The kids, that's my priority. Sorry. Kids get me. I always do something for the kids. The one night that you weren't there, after you announced for us, that was awesome, by the way. My wife and I went to Walmart and we bought bags and $400 worth of candy, and every kid that came through that gate got something. At our demo cross this weekend, don't laugh when I tell you this, kids love this. So I said, we're going to do a Power Wheel Derby. I don't know if you guys watch Facebook, but there's everybody in the country looking for Power Wheels right now for these 2, 3, 4, 5, 6-year-olds to go out there and just run into each other.
Power Wheel, I've never even heard of
This is the first time that they've ever had a youth derby. So when our demo cross is done and everybody gets to smash their cars, I have 10 to 14-year-old kids, about 7 of them right now, that are going to go out in Derby. To me, that's our future. These kids are learning how to work on cars. I'm not knocking you guys, but they're not sitting behind a computer. They're not sitting behind an iPad. They're learning a skill that you're not going to get from that iPad or from that cell phone playing games. That's what draws people in.
And I can speak to that a little bit. I was out at the races earlier this year and saw 9 and 10-year-olds with the micro sprints. Actually did a little bit of an article on that, and it was really cool.
Yes.
Lots of little kids, and they were working on those cars, learning about them, and not just local kids from all over the place.
Yes.
But there was a large local contingency too. Really cool to see.
Yeah, well, my daughter, that's the place now. That's what, she's, freshman in high school. She says, I want to go to the races. I'm like, well, that's where all the kids are going now. They go out there to the races to watch the races. Cool.
Yeah.
Well, and he's made it where they've been able to have some developmentally delayed special needs adults racing too.
Correct. Matter of fact, and I won't say the person's name, but we're actually building them a race car for next year. I let him take one of my cars out and practice in it, and I told his dad he's just as good as anybody else. Let's build him a real car.
Cool.
So it's actually a cool place to be. If you didn't get a chance to come out, man, you really missed it because
I've watched them all.
I missed it.
I'll
tell you.
It's
I won't miss it again, though.
yeah, you have no excuse now.
Yeah,
you
I got no
want to come and keep score for us next year?
I could probably do that, yeah.
And that's another thing too. While I'm here, I want to make sure that we're going to be clear on something too. I know this isn't even on the agenda, but I'm fixing to try to raise $16,000 to put in a transponder system at that racetrack, and I've already expressed to all of the drivers and everybody that's involved. Once this thing is purchased, I want to turn it over to the county. I want it to belong to you guys, not the promoter to sell when he leaves, like has happened in the past. The transponders we can rent out to the drivers on a nightly basis because some people just won't buy them. But I'm going to raise the $16,000 to put in that scoring system. When I'm gone, whether it be 3 years from now or 10 years from now, I want to turn that over and make that property of the county. Whoever the fairgrounds manager is can lock it away for the winter, make sure the promoter has it. It's something that's only going to improve that place. Every other track in the country has one except for Montezuma County.
Tell me what that does. I'm not certain what the transponder does.
So it's a little transponder that goes onto the car, and there's a scoring loop that would run across the front straightaway near the flagman, not at the flagman, because he's actually not the start-finish line. And when the cars go by, it goes up to a computer, and it tells you who's first, second, third, their lap times. So you were there. Sometimes if there's a bad wreck or a yellow, you have to back up, and the scorekeepers are trying to figure out who was where on the last completed lap. This is almost a foolproof system. All they got to do is just go back one lap, and it gives the running order.
And 20-some cars, it is almost impossible.
I can
In
imagine.
fact, that boy you got working up there, I had no idea how he did it.
Yeah,
I watched him.
it's crazy, huh?
He was like, first, number, he'd say the number, and then he'd say down, meaning that, and then I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, there's a lot to it, and we're still old school. We're doing everything by hand, and I'm gonna get it. I will tell you, I will hit up every business in Montezuma County for a donation. There's some of the racers that have actually thrown in money already, but I just want to know that if I put this in, I want to leave it to the county.
Leave it with the track?
Leave it with the
Is that
track.
about tying into the radio system? Because I seen how important that was being up in the announcer stand, where once there's a yellow flag, they are able to talk to every race car driver.
Right, that's a receiver.
I think that's
Yeah.
that's
I'm going to buy an FM modulator this year to help in the pits because I don't have a PA system in the pits. And that way we don't have to talk over the radio. You've heard them say sport mods to staging or whatever. We're trying not to talk over the other racers. This FM modulator, I guess, is they can tune into a certain radio station and we can
talk to them,
call them that way. That's cheaper than a PA system. So, but I did purchase my own PA system. I loaned it to the fair this year to use for their derby. That is mine. I won't say yet what I'm going to do with that because they're very expensive. But I just want to make sure that if I purchase this, you guys are okay with accepting it, taking it. This is what they do in MCR, Millard County in Utah. The county bought it. They let the promoter use it. He rents them for $10 a night. He gets to keep 5. They get to keep 5. Now, with me buying it myself, I'm going to keep what I rent them for. But when I'm gone, if you guys are willing to take it, it comes with lifetime updates and all that. The next promoter, you could say, hey, we're going to furnish you this transponder system. You get half, I get half of what you rent them for. That would be money in your guys' pocket. Battery life on those things are about 8 years, about $30 to fix them. But the system that I chose to buy has lifetime updates. So short of your laptop going bad, you shouldn't ever have to do anything. The loop is in the ground. It's there permanent. It goes to their receiver right into your computer. It's almost fail-proof. But I just want to make sure that's okay with you guys, because that's the plan, and that's what I've told everybody. When I leave, this will stay with the track. So.
All right, Gene, well, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
What do we have left on the fairgrounds?
So I've got one more suggestion. You know how in the middle of football fields they always paint the logo? I was thinking of a good logo for the middle of the race course.
The coronavirus. Lovely Shaq. Brother.
Maybe Justin has more on that.
Are we good, Justin? What else we got?
As far as the racetrack, and over at the fairgrounds part, I mean, my main 2 things that I was going to kind of look into for this winter would be that getting that wheelchair lift fixed and possible, covers over those stalls. I am working to try to get a few different options for the covers with the stalls yet. The wheelchair lift, all I've been able to find so far is to get something out of like Colorado Springs and have someone come put in a new unit. And I do have a quote on that. I was trying to find something a little, closer into the area but it just seems like, I've been just hitting dead ends on that as far as, availability of people being able to do that. So I don't know if you guys want to look at the quote that I do have, if they come install the new one, or if you are interested in that.
I think you can just give those to Shaq, because those are all going to be capital projects anyway, right? Just like the water line or the suppression, so on and so forth. So those are capital items.
And things like chairlifts and water lines, we don't have a choice.
Yeah, they're just going to
They're
come out
required.
of capital.
Yeah, those are requirements.
Okay. Other than that, that's all I have.
Well, you did a good job out there, Justin. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think one of the things we could look up, though, is we probably have an average number of Tannery was really good at grants and stuff like that. I think we can look back over the years and we can see how much we've been doing capital improvements to give us an idea of what average is, because I think it's going to be quite a bit. But we got a gym out there and we got to take care of it.
Yeah,
That's for sure.
it needs some investment. We haven't invested anything in that racetrack.
No, we haven't invested
put anything
nothing.
in that racetrack since I've been here. We haven't put a dollar in it. So.
And
we've got-
I mean, even if you don't even do the whole 350,000 for electrical, I mean, if we were able to just get something over there just to redo the lights and get them
Sure.
like LEDs or something to light up everything better.
Yeah, it's time-
something
it's
to
time.
start.
Well, he's made a commitment, it's our turn to make a commitment, okay? I mean, we need to commit to that, and know the return on investment, Jim, ain't gonna be worth a hoot.
No,
You
I'm
know,
not.
No, I know
get
you're
that.
not.
I'm
I
just
know
saying,
you're not,
where, for
but-
me, the question I ask is, where's the line because we're going to subsidize this entire
Sure.
thing. We're paying for all of the power out there right now. So as I start looking at what we're charging per year and the times it was used and what that's bringing in, I'm not thinking that we're, but that's a different discussion. We can look at that differently. I don't.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not saying that there are things that don't need upgraded at all, but what, you know, is that, what is that percentage that makes sense? I don't know, and I
For
can't,
me,
and I
it has
can't
to
tell
be
you that.
vision, you know. Somebody that has long-term vision can see where this thing could go if you had those upgrades. Somebody that's just very short-term vision, you know, year to year, is not gonna see the potential that that thing has. And I tell you what, that's what makes billionaires. When they're willing to go look at something, get their stomach sick, get sick in the stomach, and say, I think if I do this, 5 years from now, this is what's gonna take place. Because 99% of the regular people, they're like, whew, ain't no way, I just can't see that happening, and they don't do nothing. I can guarantee you that I can see it, that racetrack, in 5 years, if we stick our necks out, it's gonna pay for itself.
Well, it certainly can, community, and we have to look at what Gene's doing in the community. Not
Correct,
dollars coming
correct.
into us,
No,
but
it's-
what he's doing to
it's
promote
a-
our area and Cortez.
That's what I'm
and-
saying.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
why that percentage of
Exactly.
subsidy is where do we, how
Yeah.
do you value it? I don't know yet.
I got you.
I can't tell you that, because if you look in the past,
Mhm.
obviously you guys didn't put any value into it because you didn't spend any money there at
Yeah.
all.
And we
So
have
that tells me something that's like, okay, this is this is
Yeah.
a change, so
Mhm.
what, to me, I look at it as, I mean, we're still responsible for the taxpayers' dollars if we're gonna spend those, or if we're
Sure
just
we are.
looking at grants, because, like you said, I don't know, for me, you guys might have an idea what was brought in through grants out there for your certain
Fairground
circumstances,
stuff.
but
Well,
I
the
don't,
roof cost
so.
400,000, I'm sure we haven't paid that back yet.
Yeah.
No, I
And-
don't know, that's what I'm saying, so, but
And we got help,
the
from
U Mountain
the
U Tribe did,
Roundup.
or
They put a lot of their
U Mountain
money into
Roundup.
getting that
Yeah.
done, so we've had some
So,
help.
yeah,
along the way.
those are the things to look at and to consider.
Sure.
And those
and to
stands
realize.
must have cost, well, I
Oh,
bet you them
those
stands cost
bleachers?
us $1 million, don't they?
I'd be
We
afraid
could
to
look at
guess,
it, we
Larry
have
Don,
that, so we
but yeah,
have
they-
that, so we just have to look at it.
they weren't just a song, that's for sure.
Oh, no.
They weren't just a song.
Absolutely not.
Yeah. But whatever we do out there is an asset, we're upgrading our asset, the Montezuma County's asset out there, and that's a big asset out there. And I think down the road, as we plan different things heading out east of town on how things are gonna happen out there, I think there's big days ahead for that fairgrounds out there, I think, so.
And there's money
Yeah.
out there, that's why, you know,
Yeah.
we need to be doing the max we can
Yeah.
on GoCo and DOLA.
Mm-hmm, yeah,
I think there's several of them that we
Yeah.
could, and I don't
Some
know what
energy
we've been
impact,
successful
there's energy
with,
impact monies, there's all kinds
but
of
maybe we
stuff.
haven't looked at them all either.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit he's done in the past, Tanner has with, I think it was GoCo or something before,
Mhm.
but I don't know how much exactly.
And I think that's, for me, that, you know, like I asked Shaq earlier, you know, what are we not providing for you to get your work done? Is that actually a grant writer? I mean, to be looking at these things, and not just for this department, but for the entire.
For the whole
for
county.
all of them, you know, I guess that's the bigger picture that I see. I'm looking at
Mhm.
what tool do I need to provide for you to be able to do your job successfully along with the entire county? I guess that's where my mind goes to.
Sure.
What are we giving you all the tools you need to make that successful? That's my question to myself.
Makes sense.
And he's probably saying a grant writer.
That grant writer would be great, yes.
We're struggling with that.
I'll
See,
make
if
a
we
motion to
haven't-
get a grant writer.
If we haven't, this is not for you right now.
I'll make a
But-
motion to get.
No, you know what I'm saying? I mean, because if we're not, these guys can only be as successful
Absolutely.
as we give them
As
the
we can
tools.
afford to allow them
So,
to be successful.
I
yeah.
mean, we heard a presentation just the other day, I think maybe Shaq was telling me of Access, you know, and what their grant writer has brought into this community. And maybe we need to open our vision and look a little broader to say what is all I want to do is make you guys successful. That really is our job, is what do you need, what are the tools that you need? And then everything
M-O-N-E-Y.
else comes, well, that's it, everything
Yeah.
else comes with it.
You
So
got it.
I'm looking at a different picture, it's the same picture, it's just from a different.
Well, the sheriff's department has their own grant writer.
Well, maybe we look at
I mean,
countywide for what are we doing countywide to make every department, I mean, Rob has grant stuff that he has to deal with all the
Absolutely.
time. It takes a lot of his time.
Yeah.
The sheriff, Justin, I mean,
and
if
look
you
how
look
much
at
money
the,
Rob has gotten from grants.
correct,
to
if we
build.
look at the
Yeah.
entire program, I think it's just a discussion.
And I think the first thing we tell the grant writer is you get a grant for your salary. And if they can do that, they're gonna pass the mustard.
So anyway, I don't have anything else, Justin,
All right.
sorry. It just,
That's no
it brings
fine.
up a lot of questions for me as are we, or I look at my job too and I take it very seriously. And am I giving you everything that you need to be successful?
And I appreciate that. A grant writer would be a great start. It would.
Because you're not a grant writer.
Exactly.
And I don't mean
No.
anything,
No,
I'm
I-
not taking
no,
anything
And
from
it does.
you.
It takes a lot of time for us to try to look into those avenues, even research this stuff, start getting
Right.
quotes and
Sure.
stuff, because, well, especially for me right now, because we've been so busy and we've been short-staffed out there, but it does. It takes a lot of time to try to run all this and try to do all the paperwork and stuff, so.
The tools in the toolbox.
Get it? Yep.
Well, all I know is we've spent 7 years, 10 months as commissioners, and we haven't spent any money on that racetrack, but we've spent a lot of money everywhere else on that fairgrounds, and its time has come.
And it'll help. Yeah, it will.
So I say we have lunch.
Thank you.
I'd
Thank
like
you,
to
Justin.
actually argue with that.
Will you
I would
go-
like to, because Ian may not be here after lunch, so I'd like to move to Resolution 1620.
Oh, sorry, I didn't.
Oh, yeah. Let's
If
get
you guys
that.
want to run through that, it might be helpful. 'cause I
He-
gotta argue
He's got to argue with Kinder Morgan, so.
All right, well, sorry.
Do you guys want any discussion on 16?
I don't need any discussion.
I don't think- I think we
we need to pass it and
agreed
get
with
our,
that
yeah,
In
yeah,
February.
yeah, so.
didn't
Let
we?
me get it up here first so
I-
everybody knows
Well, we
what
never did
we're-
make a resolution, though. She's trying to get the colors on that flag, on the
On that
calendar.
chart,
Yeah,
or
the state
Statewide.
map,
Mhm, yeah.
Yep. to where it
Well,
shows as a
Then
majority.
I would like to move that Resolution 16-2020, a resolution opposing the national popular, we need to change spelling, that's populat on this, to popular vote compact, which will appear on the 2020 general election ballot.
Second.
Motion second to approve the resolution number 16-2020, resolution opposing the National Popular Vote Compact, which will appear on the 2020 general election ballot. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 We probably better get a spelling one.
We'll correct that and have you sign the right one after lunch.
Okay, gotcha.
You sure you don't want to oppose their resolution now? You said you were-
I'm good.
For it, but all this is symbolic.
What's that?
Now you can motion to go to lunch.
Yeah, populat.
With the referendum, when we were signing the referendum.
I'll entertain a motion to go to lunch.
I'll second that motion.
Let's go.
Yeah, I
Since
missed.
you're entertaining, are you buying?
Yeah,
No,
since he's making the
I bought
motion.
last week.
Yeah,
think your number's incorrect on that 54,000 half. Is there?
Okay, so let's start with first my concerns about the mill levies. Ironically enough, I don't know if you guys took the time to look this over when I emailed it to you. However, if you see here, the valuation for social services has gone up from 698 to 702.
Mm-hmm.
Montezuma County General Fund, the valuation has gone up from 698 to 702. Law enforcement has gone up from 587 to 592. However, all of the road and bridge assessments have gone down.
How did that happen? Do you understand how that happened, Shaq?
So my understanding is there's several factors, but part of it is from vacant land, which is the highest taxable value that's been developed on becoming industrial or becoming residential.
So, yeah.
Becoming a lower.
29 to 7.15.
Okay.
So the valuation.
So vacant land that is developed is taxed at that 29%?
It doesn't even have to be developed the way I understand that, is that correct?
No, undeveloped land. That's what the
Undeveloped,
vacant
But
undeveloped land.
once they develop it, the
Then it comes
assessment
back
goes
down, if they put a home on it or whatever, goes from 29 down.
And that's my understanding. So while County General and Social Services are looking to benefit because they include everything, it actually looks like Road and Bridge is going to be going down for one reason or another. And so with that in mind, let me give me just 1 second here. The mill levies as they were set last year for road and bridge is 2.1, social services 0.8, and county general 11.3. My concern is with everything but road and bridge is going down while the other two are going up. So I know the commissioners said to look at a budget both ways, and I will do that when I present my preliminary budget. I'll just change the revenue on both sides to reflect that. But I want the commissioners to be aware that the valuation for road and bridge is going down.
Mm-hmm.
And that needs to key into your decision-making, I think. So, in order to make the best informed decision.
What road and bridge is gonna have, well, a projection or formula, and he said in the reserve, that's a projection, it could be 3.
Yeah.
What does, in the reserve, what does social services or, what do they have in their reserve?
About 800,000, and it's a declining reserve.
It's a declining reserve,
Yeah.
but it's an increasing revenue.
Exactly, so.
So social services valuation is going up, but all of these that we were given for the road and bridge areas are going down.
So let me see if I'm following you right. You're saying that if you gave the percentage back on the mill, that you would actually be losing money because the valuation is going down for the road and bridge?
Well, I'm not saying you'd be losing money. Well, I mean, you'd be multiplying that by a lower amount, so.
What is it, then what is your opinion? What?
I mean, we can make it work either way. So a half a mil is 0.0005. That's what it is. Because you got your tenths, hundredths, thousandths, and then you got your 10,000ths place, which is where you'd split the mill in half. So if you take the gross total assessed valuation of 109 million there, and it's different depending on which area of the county you're taxing, but 199, 466, 010 times 0.0005, that's $54,733 for that district, and so on down the line. It'd be less for that one, and even less for that district. This district of the road
Oh,
department.
see, so you add the districts together,
You add the districts together.
and that's where you and I were.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah, this last district, 592, and that one actually seems to go up, 872.
It did.
180. It's
Not
the
much,
only
but-
one that did, times 0.0005. That would be $296,000
So you
combined
add
with the
all those
others.
districts together, that half mil off all those districts together, then you're looking at
$350,000.
$400,000 for a half a mil.
If you add all those together,
Yeah.
but most of those, almost every one of those road valuations is down.
Has gone down, yeah.
Just because of the change in the property.
In the property,
And that's why
correct.
that lady was wanting to keep that shed on that property and tax it as.
Exactly, as residential instead of vacant, instead of vacant land,
So
yeah,
From 29
yeah.
to 7%.
So anyways, the commissioners don't need to make a decision today, but I did want to bring that to the commissioners' attention, is that we did take that mill away, but now the valuation on their side is going away, or is going down too. So overall, I think that's something that you have to consider when you make your decision. Now, when I present the mill, when I present the preliminary budget, I can show the mill levy both ways,
Yeah,
and we can see what it looks like.
and show us what the county general fund is going to be, what our net
Uh,
revenue from the general fund's gonna be.
Correct.
So we have something there.
Well, it's also gonna decrease, because if that property changed from vacant.
Well,
to
but
residential,
the-
it's still decrease, right?
No, because the road and bridge taxes are only assessed in the unincorporated parts of the county. General fund is
Is the whole
assessed
county.
everywhere in the
Yeah.
county too, so
Yeah.
that went up $4 million.
Yeah.
Wow, that's big.
So that's where that helps, because it's the entire city's everything.
Right, and social services valuation also went up because it's the same as general fund. But road and bridge is going down, so that's just something that you need to be aware of before you make your decision. You don't have to make a decision today. I just wanted to bring it to your attention so that we're all on the same page.
Okay. Now, let's discussion, well, commissioners, are you okay with moving on to the next topic?
Mm-hmm,
Yeah, I think once he shows it to us in both.
Yeah.
then we can make a decision.
All right.
yeah.
So.
Mr. Powers?
All right, what we've got for capital projects that I know of so far is replacing flooring on the child protection side of this building, on the west side. That carpet is not in good shape.
Oh,
And to me, it
flooring.
makes sense to get rid of the carpeting and go with a hard floor.
Okay.
The same thing for Annex 3, which is where Leslie and Kim
Kim
and
Carpet's
Ellen are
just
at.
not,
Especially with their sewage leak on their carpet this year. And then replacing the flooring in the CSU and extension, or CSU and weed part of Annex 1. That flooring in there is shot too. That's where the district attorney used to keep their pets. So it's all scratched up and stained.
well, let's send him part of that bill.
Well, he won't be there next year when we do it, but you can send it to his department. But that's one capital project that has to be done. That's not going to be a huge outlay of money. The fire suppression at the fairgrounds could be a couple $100,000 because we got to run a new line out there. And Jim could talk about more why that has to be its own dedicated line, but.
Well, you know, as we've talked before, you know, the suppression system is separate. It doesn't hook onto the domestic water. Well, it comes off the domestic
The
water
water,
line,
but-
but it's gotta be independent. So if that water is shut off, the suppression system never does shut off. But here again, I've asked this question, do they have enough water to supply that system?
MVI has enough water. They may have to do some upgrades to get it there.
MVI
Or Montezuma, Montezuma
Okay,
Water
okay.
Company. Yeah, not MVI. It's not gonna be irrigation water.
But
That
if
was
they,
a slip of the
so
tongue.
Be
usually
great.
they make you pay for those upgrades, don't they?
Yes.
We'll have to pay for it, because it's a dedicated line. So
However-
It's gonna go clear across the highway. So we're gonna have a highway board, it's gonna be a very expensive.
Didn't that new water line, when Rural Water put that new water line in coming down from the rest area, they came down a certain distance, went under the
maybe they
road,
did.
and it's on the
That's right,
south
they
side.
did.
That new
They
8-inch
crossed
line's
our-
on the south side of the highway.
It's on the
Yeah.
south
They crossed
side.
our property
They
right.
sure
So we
did.
just have to, we'll have to tie a
That's,
bigger.
oh, yeah.
We gotta put in a new meter and we gotta tie into the bigger line.
So-
But it'd be its own
Two
meter.
hundred thousand to dig.
Well, we gotta do new line all the way from the road to the fairgrounds.
To the fairground.
Big
Well,
enough
I've
to,
Been working on a deal just like that and I'm already halfway there.
Yeah, you know that. But they're thinking that's gonna be a $200,000
No, I
project? or-
I don't know.
Don't know,
We
yeah,
could calculate that pretty quick, but,
yeah.
Gosh dang.
but it's gonna be a.
Boy. I'd like to
I
spend.
also-
Suppression system, because until, I don't think Mike has gotten back to us on those costs for that.
I also don't think that we have a choice but to do it.
Is there any way to do a halogen system out there? Is there any way to do something different than that damn water system? If we're gonna spend 200 grand on an old junked out, rusted up water system, what would a halogen system cost?
Halogen only works for.
Grease fires and kitchen
well,
stuff?
yeah,
and-
electronics, that kind of stuff. It's not for type A combustible, which is
Oh.
typically it's all.
So what we did, is we talked about this actually, we stored the water in a 25,000 gallon.
Container tank? And then
And
have
then
it,
we had a pressure pump
yeah.
that, when that baby went off.
Now,
forced-
where'd you have that? Where was that?
That was when I was in Arizona.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that would be another way. It's the same thing that they got up there on Granite Mesa, on the Hindmarsh, you know, where they buried those tanks
Yeah.
to meet the whatever they call that for fire.
So
But,
fire mitigation.
so too bad you couldn't use it multi-use where you could have a tank up there. Remember
Yeah,
how we
and
were
use it for
talking about-
irrigation and use it for
irrigation
irrigation
and
stuff
use it
for fire mitigation too.
But
you
that would
couldn't-
give you the volume because
God,
you would
yeah.
just pump it from your
Sure,
existing.
just run a tap up there and keep that dadgum thing full. You could just run a regular water line up that tank and live with your gravity.
I don't think it'll be a couple $100,000.
Yeah.
I think we're only, what, 500 feet away, 600 feet away? I mean, I'm guessing.
Well, I can't believe it'd be that much.
Yeah,
I mean, my gosh.
yeah.
I don't know.
If you can dig 100 foot an hour, let's just say 80 foot an hour, and if it's 500 feet away,
It's an 8-hour day.
do it one day.
Yeah, I think we're probably too high.
I know what 12-inch pipe costs.
12-inch suction anyway, don't.
That's irrigation pipe.
Yeah.
You have to actually
Oh,
have pressure
that's
pipe,
right,
so
you just
you're-
said that.
Yeah.
You're not the same,
Yeah.
two different creatures now that you're dealing with. them.
But you don't need no 12-inch to come in from,
No,
we're
no,
talking
you'll get a
6 or 8.
4 or
Well,
6 or
yeah,
something.
6 or 8.
Yeah.
I think it's 6 is minimum for suppression system.
Is it? Yeah.
what else you gonna say?
Okay,
Shaq?
because I'd rather
So-
be spending that money on lights down at that
That's
racetrack.
exactly where I'd rather spend.
Well, and that's, we just heard this morning, we're looking at about 350K for that. And then we've got to do the chairlift that we're
But
waiting
that
to
wasn't
get
for
money
the
on.
lights.
That was all the
just to
electric.
That was the
upgrade
lights and the electrical
That was lights
upgrades.
and
That was the
electric
whole
together.
deal. That was the whole electrical package.
Yeah, that was lights and electric together, he said
Yeah.
350. Is my recollection, I just heard
Yeah.
it this morning too.
That's what I heard. Or that,
Yeah. And then the chairlift, so flooring, fire suppression, the fairgrounds upgrades at 350, and the chairlift,
Are they
is what,
still using that chairlift over there in the old courthouse?
over on this side?
Yeah, the district attorney's office, they still use that thing?
It still can be used, I don't think it's ever been used.
Let's take it out of there and put it out
I
there.
think we have to have it
I think we
for
have to
ADA
have it
accessibility.
because
Oh, do we? Even
gotta
for
be
the DA?
accessible
Even
Yeah.
for the DA?
For the public.
But don't we have other accesses now don't we have other accesses where they wouldn't have to do those stairs? We got the elevator.
The elevator's on this side.
I know, but you can run them across, shit.
Hey, we just have to go upstairs, right? I mean, just one floor at the fairgrounds?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Can't we just buy an old tire lift? I mean,
A scissor hoist,
vehicle
a
lift?
scissor hoist or something, yeah, an
Yeah.
old scissor hoist.
Go for it.
Take the chairlift out of our office and then give us a real elevator downstairs so we're easy.
Real.
Boy, we're wheeling and dealing now, aren't we?
Wheeling.
Shut up,
The
Kevin.
real issue is that we have too many multi-story
Story
buildings.
buildings.
And just like Alamosa did that whole new complex, if you look at that complex, it's all single level.
Yep.
For that reason, because then ADA requirements are all met. We have,
Yeah, we've got
if you
buildings
look
that are,
around here, everything we have is multi-level.
yeah, except
it's-
Annex 1,
Well, correct.
yeah. But
So
you're right.
that one's accessible, so I think our vision should be broader. And I think you guys have talked about this in the past, but, you know, where do we actually place a new campus?
Mm-hmm.
Now we're
something
talking
that's
some
gonna be-
serious capital dollars.
Well, it's not gonna happen overnight, this is just part of the conversation
Yeah.
that it's, people, I mean, we have to make things accessible to everybody.
Yep.
And here again,
And
we're
we-
gonna spend money on a chair that's gonna get used.
Never. Or if, well, I mean,
But we still have to be compliant and to make sure that we don't cut any of the people that we serve off, has to be there. So.
What do one of those things
Ken's
run?
office, I mean, what do you have, a four-step?
He's only got the
wheelchair
one
lift?
quote, so I'm not gonna say.
Yeah, it's just 4 stairs, but it's a chairlift,
Right.
and then it just goes.
oh,
from
we haven't seen the quote.
Right. Because he's only got the one. Now, for all I know, he may only get one in this area, but. The next item I have for you guys to think about during, the capital discussion is we had, talked about, well, last year we set aside $300,000 for vehicle replacement. My suggestion would be to keep the $300,000 and just do it every year to keep the fleet rolling.
And I would have to agree with that, because.
At least for the next
that
foreseeable.
150,000 miles is gonna come quicker than.
And we've got a lot of inventory that's getting its old inventory, man. We're gonna, the next 3 or 4 years, you're gonna have to keep up with it a bunch to get that old
And
crap out of
we've
there.
cleaned up a lot of it.
Oh, yeah, we've cleaned up a
Rid of
bunch.
A lot of old stuff and replaced stuff, but
Yeah.
if we don't keep that percentage up,
It'll get ahead of you like it did before. Yep.
And then, I'd like to encourage Shane, but, with, your input, in addition to replacing what the sheriff needs out of that 300,000, to accommodate Leslie's request, what are your thoughts on that?
we've already approved Leslie's request.
For another vehicle?
She's got one and she wants
Oh,
2,
yeah,
doesn't
yeah,
she?
we never did. I think
She's
we-
only
She's got 2 and she wants 3.
Oh, she wants 3, that's right, one for each one.
Cause
of
she's
her
got 3 appraisers going out, plus herself, she goes with the commercial person, but she,
Damn. Of course, she's the one that they
she's
find
the
it
one
all.
that brings the money
I
into
know
the
she
county.
brings the money in. Would they be interested in electric vehicles?
I think when she talked to us the first time, they needed more of a. like an
Off-road,
SUV
four-wheel
or
drive,
off-road
yeah.
four-wheel
They've
drive.
gotta be able to get to all the properties in the county, including, mine claims
Yeah.
and stuff like that.
Well, Ford's coming out with a hybrid, F-150 hybrid.
I've heard that.
Here's what I'm thinking, she's getting Rob's pickup as soon as he gets his new one.
Yeah.
Correct.
And that hopefully has been ordered for several months.
Yeah,
If
yeah.
that happens, we don't use this Suburban enough to warrant
Take
it
that.
sitting here. I mean,
I hear you.
when we go on trips, we can rent a vehicle,
Or we can rent a car,
or we can rent a car.
rent a damn car.
But it's here, we have it, I don't see adding to the fleet when we
Mhm.
can
Shift,
repurpose it
yep, yep.
and shift it.
So
I mean,
we could shift that Suburban, of course, I would wanna talk this all over with Shane.
Well,
Shift the Suburban and then whatever that used sheriff's vehicle is, we could take it. The only place we ever go is to lunch,
Yeah, I
so.
mean,
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
makes sense to
And
me,
really,
doesn't
truth
it?
be told, we wouldn't have to go, I mean, there are plenty of things walking distance here to go to lunch. I mean,
Sure,
granted,
so-
we often take a field trip along with it and go out and see projects and do stuff, but,
I would rather repurpose it if it works for her, and it works with Shane, and it works in their
yeah,
scope of things.
I think that's a good
I do
idea.
too. I think it's a
Yeah.
good call. Good call. That thing
Yeah.
sits back there, it's way too long.
Because otherwise, we're adding another insurance, we're increasing, let's go
Yeah.
increase
Yeah.
it.
And we
Give
can
her-
always, if we need to, if we go like the CCI this December, we can
rent
we can go.
Yeah.
Well, or go say, hey, we're gonna take it for.
Say, hey Leslie, we need this,
We
we
need it
need
for
that
a
Suburban
week.
for a week.
Yeah, we can
Yeah,
figure that out, I think.
damn
Yeah.
right, damn right
yeah.
you can.
Okay.
Damn right you can.
Shaq?
Right on.
Okay, so now is the question time. What do the commissioners want me to figure for capital projects? What are your ideas? What do you want to build out next year? Somebody said buy a shredder for the landfill, but I don't want
down
to be
with-
accused of that.
I'm down with that. I don't have, that's one big project, that's one thing I'd like to see done down there, man. That could turn that'll turn that landfill into a whole nother cat. Bring me your tires, bring me your frickin' mattresses, bring me your limbs and branches and trees, bring me anything you've got and I'm gonna grind it up and make something out of it. And make money out of it.
So I gotta tell you, for me, the racetracks.
Yeah, I'd go that too, racetrack.
And I don't have
landfill.
anything else.
Yeah, racetrack and
I
landfill.
know that once we leave that, oh, we're on YouTube, right?
Yes.
Cut that one. Yeah. I know that chipper for the landfill is a big ticket item. And I know he's coming out of a tough year building that cell and he's strapped for money but I think they could, I think if they bought the Cadillac of those chippers, they could do stuff down there. And we're getting stuff from La Plata County. You know what? He's taking on a lot of stuff down there that isn't even generated here in our county. It's coming from outside places. And I think we need to make Mel look at that and say, you know what, you deserve this, and it's gonna save us landfill space. You know, you start looking at when he has to build the next new cell, and as fast as we filled up this last one, I'm gonna tell you, it's not gonna be that far down the road, and he's gonna be looking at another $700,000 to build another cell. Four more.
Depending on what CDPHE
Or more,
changes between.
yeah, or more.
It's never gonna get.
Yeah, and if he can keep diverting stuff and I don't know, I just think that,
I guess before I answer that for you, what have the departments,
I already told you what departments have asked for.
but that's it.
That's it. There haven't been a lot of asks this year.
I just, so, again, that's $350,000, so is 90% of that in the lights? Jim, you're a contractor, how come this electricity is so much?
Well, because if you're
They're rewiring it.
upgrading from, so if the infrastructure is not
Single
compatible with
phase.
anything, it's going from single phase to three phase, it's all.
they're gonna strip that whole damn thing down and redo the whole damn outfit.
Basically, you're gonna
So,
disconnect
yeah.
everything that's there.
Yeah.
He said they're gonna put in a 400 amp or 600
Or
amp.
maybe
That's
600.
a huge, we need to look at that because the cost from Empire Electric, for what that's gonna cost us to just have it as far as a.
Would they demand charge that on us?
Absolutely.
Can we use it on our other demand charge since we're already demand charged up there at the
No,
other building?
Because it's gonna be
Separate?
specific and separate. So.
Better
before
be
I
careful
even
with that.
consider
Yeah, be
I
careful.
wanna see what Empire Electric's gonna cost
Yeah.
us, because my question earlier is we bring in $60,000 a year total.
Total,
And
yeah.
I never got my question answered, is how much power are we using down there right now?
Yeah.
So if you go to a 400 or a 600 three-phase, it's a lot, it's gonna cost us a lot more money. So it's not just as simple as, well, the lights are gonna cost us $350,000.
Yeah.
It may cost us double that just to
So
get the
we need to
power
talk to
we
Empire
get.
Electric. We need to find
Absolutely.
out.
I don't
Okay.
think, these are asks, but we have to do our homework
Yeah.
to say.
And,
so
and you have to
the-
also consider that he's a May to May to October operation. It's
Correct.
not like a year-round deal.
So
I mean,
there's only-
he's a seasonal
He said
seasonal
19
operator.
19 for next year, he did 24 this year, because I wrote it down as he was
Mhm.
talking.
Well,
So-
he said 24, and then he said 26, but anyway.
Yeah.
Right, but he only said 19.
For this coming year.
Now, that doesn't mean that he can't do
Run
more
some
or,
special events.
You know, recommendation of a concert there. It does open up bigger,
Mhm.
you know, opportunities, I agree, but until we go through Empire Electric and find out what our demand charge is gonna be for a 600 amp service, I'm a little leery
Well,
from.
and I think, Jim, if we get down to doing that and looking at it, and we see how much capital we're gonna put in there, his $350 lease for his events out there might go to 700 or 800
And
bucks.
then what is that gonna do
Do
to
to
him
him,
as a
yeah,
promoter?
exactly.
So you might kill the.
You might kill the deal.
Kill that just
Yeah.
inadvertently.
Yeah,
And
it's,
I don't- I'm not
it's,
sure
it's
that's
kind of a
what-
tough nut. I
That's
mean,
not
it's
what
a,
our goal is, so.
No, no,
I
we
think we
don't-
have a lot of homework to do before we ever
Mhm.
look at this. The fencing would be the easiest part.
Yeah,
There's-
that,
You don't have to deal with another agency, I mean, that's just put the.
Go out
fence.
there and build it and-
Requires, whatever
Mhm.
whatever their regulations say, that's done, that's easy. However, the electrical
Well,
system is huge.
So, for me, we do need all those answered. Definitely, we gotta find out what the additional demand charge is gonna be. Also, what kind of grant money's available.
And that's the
Mhm.
other one too.
And so,
Mhm.
I mean, I'd be willing, and here again, we're not gonna advertise this because we only looked at this ourselves. But, you know, if we could plug a little bit in for maybe like the fencing and then work with grants for the
Electrical upgrades.
For the bleachers. I don't think you're
Bleachers.
gonna get a grant, but I don't know. DOLA could actually help that, but then they wouldn't take care of the demand charges
Mhm.
that are gonna be a monthly
Ongoing.
fee. So, for me, I'm not comfortable saying anything that, other than maybe just the fencing.
so we need
Because that
to,
still
we need
keeps
to
them
reach
going.
out.
I've got that in my notes
Okay,
to
so
reach
after
out.
we reach out to them.
So I'll try to
Your other
get you an
question was,
answer.
what other capital, and you said the grinder, I don't have anything.
The Fair Board would like to have an equine pole barn building out there. The Fair Board would like that.
An
But I-
equine what?
An equine building, a horse
We got
barn.
hog, we got beef, we got all that.
Well, no, this is what's going on.
That's the only other
our-
aspect.
Those panels, and he had told us about it, those things weigh 200 pieces. The Chinese, we brought the
Yeah,
whole
that whole boatload from China.
boatload
yeah.
of those
they're not having them
stalls. And what we need out there is, where they're made to set up permanently.
Oh, not tear down and set back up, I got
So
you.
they need to be set up kind of like if you go to these other fairs,
Mhm.
and then they have a roof over it,
Mhm.
and then they stay set up.
I got you.
That's what they're talking about, right?
The Fair Board would like to see
They
that.
never
And
change it,
again,
it's permanent, that's all.
you would have to, you guys have to make that decision, how much use is it gonna get? I don't know.
Mhm.
They charge, so the rodeos, so the high school rodeo.
High school
they had
rodeos,
to-
yeah.
Remember what was it, 200?
200, yeah,
About
yeah.
195 or something stalls, and they charge 15, I think, a night. So 100 times, they make-
3,000,
Huh?
3,000.
15,000.
And people come in, so they're traveling down the road, and they can only travel so far with the horse, they gotta keep them the night, so they would stall them at the fairgrounds, and they would make that, that's off and on. We could ask him, but
This is just talking about the fairgrounds, but I'd still like to pursue that, if we can get that demand charge from what we have now to three-phase general instead of three-phase demand. We're
Mhm.
almost at our 18 months to where we can reassess that,
Yeah.
and then go with that solar system out there, so I would like to see that, whether or not we can or can't, here again, Empire Electric.
and then
is
use
going
the
to-
solar system to help power the lights.
Mhm.
Well, power everything.
At
we
least
can.
subsidize, yeah.
At least everything on the upper
Portion.
barn area where we're getting hit with those demand rates right now.
Mhm.
Because those demand rates are.
Oh, shit,
are
they're
killer.
$6,000.
So here again, we're being held, we're having to deal with another agency that's really affecting our bottom line of what we do out there.
Well, we're dealing with a monopoly that holds you to the
So,
fire.
I don't wanna stop that because we're close to being successful with that
Yep.
out there, and then we're not actually having to pay that entity, we're paying it into ourselves.
Nothing
And
wrong with that.
Commissioner
So-
Candelaria, you had also talked about, and the board needs to decide if they want to try to put this on the list of capital improvements, turning this building to solar. You want to put that for next year, or you want to kick it down the road? What are your
Well,
thoughts?
I don't know, because as we have these discussions of multi-level buildings, I'm almost thinking, would it not be beneficial to spend that money? So my idea was to put covered parking out here, and the covered parking is actually
Solar
a
panels,
solar
yeah.
system.
Mhm.
So it's a multi-function, and everybody's gonna run to that
Shaded parking, yeah.
shaded parking. I mean, it's just common.
Mhm.
But would that money be better spent of actually looking at getting some of our, specifically our administration, down to a single level to where we're not fighting all of these ADA access issues that we're dealing with now?
So you're like saying sell this building?
Well, yeah, or find a different property or something that would, kind of like the idea that you had, is an entire campus.
Yeah.
We got a courthouse sitting empty over, I'll shut up.
To me, I mean, that, of course, obviously, that's a long-range plan, that's not anything that's gonna happen anytime soon. The solar system would happen, you know, you could make that happen relatively quickly. You provide shade for all of the people and our employees, and you also, but I'm not sure mathematically it would, I don't know if it would pencil out.
That's what, yeah, because I'll tell you, to do your covered parking, I think you really need to example a need for covered parking, because you're gonna spend a lot of infrastructure getting your panel, you know, building that cover, and you're gonna have a lot more money in that than just going up on this roof and installing
Correct,
solar
and that-
panels. It's
that's
gonna
what I'm
And that's
saying.
where the holes are drilled for our, what do they call it, for the holes are drilled,
Oh, and
the heat.
for the,
What do they call it?
Geothermal.
Oh,
Mhm.
geothermal.
Yeah, the geothermal
Yeah.
is in that park.
But those are locatable, those you could
Yeah,
find.
yeah.
But here again, I don't know if it would pencil out because of the structure. You have to build the structure with the panels. I'm
Mhm.
not,
Well, to give you an example, this building right here, when they wanted us to, this is what they wanted us to remodel this for the courthouse.
Yeah.
It was 4.7 million
Mhm.
for the courthouse.
for this
For this
building where
building.
we're at right now to remodel this.
And put the
And it-
combined courts over here,
And then it
put all.
still doesn't serve the purpose of.
And it was.
It
and
was already full.
And it was maxed out, you couldn't do anything else, and they said they called it would be a temporary fix. They called that a temporary solution to the state requiring us to do the combined
Yeah, so
courts.
you
And so,
went to the-
so
and I
we
guess
said,
that's
why are
what
we gonna
I'm
spend,
saying.
you know, $5 million on a temporary solution? We can go out here and spend $9.5 million and be done with it, yeah.
And it wasn't, well, and then we got, what, 2 million in grants?
Yeah.
So 7.5, I mean.
Not even that, because we got underfunded court money 2 times. We got about 600 or 800,000 from the underfunded courts, so.
So it was a wiser decision to build a new one
Yeah.
than to put it back in.
Than to
the
try
And
and,
that's why I'm thinking now, it's like, I don't think.
how
I
much do you want to keep putting into this
Yeah, I don't-
building to,
And that's chasing.
good dollars after bad? Yeah,
I'm not sure I would,
yeah.
I think the concept is great, but I don't think it's gonna pencil out.
Mhm.
So I think we'd be better off looking at what you guys did with the combined court,
Mhm. Yeah.
actually do a new one.
Yeah.
Don't spend that money, spend it to where it's, so,
Okay.
I don't, I'll think
Now-
about it and I'll send you an email, but
Now, you guys brought up something else this morning, and we might as well talk about it now while we're talking dollars. You brought up having a grant writer. And if you're serious about that, which fund do you want it to, or which department, where do you want that to come out of?
well,
Mm.
I haven't really actually thought about it, but as I'm looking at this piece of paper that
Yeah.
you have in front of us.
Yeah, I would say
James Dietrich is probably our
closest grant
closest
writer.
grant writer that we use, and if we're going to move in that regards, then I would say that would work within that department. But that would be a county-wide.
Right, and I think whatever grants, whatever department they wrote their grants for, some of that grant money would go back to defray and to offset his expense.
Are there any places that use a grant writer on a contract basis rather than bring them on as an employee?
I'm sure there are.
You know,
I think
Shaq,
there are
that'd be
several.
something interesting to look into, that if there are people that contract out there that, I don't know if you'd have to go with them and say, hey, we need grant monies for this project, do you have somebody that can do it, or do you just give them
The benefit of having one as an employee is you tell them you look for grants all day, every day. You
Yeah.
apply for every grant that's out there.
Yeah, for any and everything that's there, yeah.
Instead
No.
of just kind of looking
Yeah.
and searching.
I know
This
we've
agency,
got
this agency.
we've got one organization at TAP. Their grant writer, they've had her for about 3 years, and just last month she announced that she had that she'd brought in her millionth dollar in grants in under 3 years.
So, and that's
Yeah.
kind of what I was referring to. They're gonna bring in way more than, like you said, they're gonna spend what their
Salary is.
They better,
So-
they should,
I
yeah.
think, you know,
Yeah.
Mancus had approached us last year to see if we would pay for 50% of their grant writer.
Mm-hmm.
Even
Well,
at
they were using her
very-
as an economic developer, and that offer could still stand if that employee was willing to do it, because that employee is a grant writer also.
So actually now we've got a baseline, right? This employee's been working for him for a year.
3 years.
3.
Oh, Mancus?
Yeah,
Mancus a year, yeah.
So how many grants?
I don't have that
That,
answer.
that would be what I'd like to
Yeah.
know.
Sue McWilliams, I think Sue McWilliams did that for a living for a
They're in
while.
Plata County now, though, right?
Did Sue and Slim, did they move? Oh, they did, I didn't know that.
I think so.
Oh, really? They sold that place, I saw that place for sale out there,
I
but
don't know if they sold it, but I think they knew.
I'll be damned, I didn't even know that.
So I think, you know, just like I was telling Justin, he's not a grant writer. It'd be like, I mean, I'm sure we can all muddle through it, but are we
But,
gonna be
yeah.
effective and efficient? If we're trying to really help our people, you know, that's the first question that I ask is, am I giving you everything that you need to do your job?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think we are in regards to this. He's got a lot of things that he could do out there if we gave him the actual tools.
Yeah.
And then we could almost create anything we want, but we have to have the tools. So I would think that, I would like to see that at least
I kinda
half-time
like
as an
his-
employee. Maybe,
Huh?
maybe you ask if they're willing to, I mean, I don't know if she's willing to do it.
I could have those discussions
20
and see.
20 hours a week for us as an employee, like she's doing for Mancus, and/or we just reach out to hire.
Yeah, I'd be afraid of getting hitched at the hip with the Mancus and
So would I.
their-
So would I.
So then let's just
Yeah.
pursue our own.
Yeah,
Let's
do our
just
own,
pursue
do an
our own.
do an advertisement for a part-time or a 30-hour week, you know, whatever you want to start them out at to see if they can perform, see what they can do. And,
Yeah, because if you never know which side that
they're gonna be, have their allegiance and work to. They may come up with a hell of a grant and say, you know what, Mancus would really like this. I think I'll take this to Mancus, and, yeah, I think.
Okay, I'll look into it and try to put some figures together.
And then, what they're talking about is the next couple of years might be kind of tough.
That's a fact.
Could be real tough.
Well, for state grants, you may be able to get grants from other
Well,
places.
no, I mean your guys' budget. I mean your.
I think in.
But I think
22 is where we're gonna.
2021,
Yeah,
your
next year
revenue
we
are gonna
look
be
pretty good.
solid. You're gonna be solid in 2021. 2022 and 23 might be a
I
different.
think we'll get a lot of answers on that depending on how this ballot measure
Yeah,
goes.
yeah.
Well, it depends on the degallocation from
Right,
what
degal-
happened in November too.
Yeah.
So-
That could change,
Mhm.
you know, that's gonna change that significantly.
Yeah. Yeah, and, you know, there's,
Could.
could.
I
yeah.
think that's a slim chance, but that would pass.
Which one?
The
De-Gallagher, I don't know, man, there's a lot of people over there, even on the eastern slope, that are getting hammered by that thing.
See, and I don't either, I just don't know which way it's gonna go.
Yeah,
But here again, whatever.
Well, I
they're gonna
understand
have
that
to
with
deal
the,
with it.
but I understand that with the government, but the people
Yeah.
that are the voters,
Well,
I
because
don't
they're,
know.
they're getting tax relief out of it, I hear you're getting tax relief out of it.
But. the
35
relief-
billion.
But the relief that they're getting, they're also going to have to, those services then are going to struggle.
Students that are gonna start being diminished, yeah.
So anyway,
Okay, Shaq, what's next?
I'm bringing them up.
these are all of our asks.
Yeah, these are asks
What's
that
the
I'm
total
bringing.
amount for our asks?
I did not do a sheet with the total, but we can add them up.
One year when we were down that budget, we didn't do any.
Yeah, we cut some in half. We did some, but we cut them in half or none. It was half, we cut a bunch of them in half. Share house, yeah.
Which one is this one? Oh, we've already done that. Had that same the wrong folder. Okay, let's start with Axis right here.
10,000.
10,000 for the ATU, and then remember too, 5,000 for the detox gets us on their board for that detox. So total ask for Axis is 15.
Well, what if we knocked down the 10 to 5 and then did 5 there?
5 and 5,
at
yeah,
the
5.
Board, and then you're back at the 10.
Why don't we go through them all, cause I wanna see what the total is and what did we do last year, what was total?
Mm-hmm.
I don't- I
Well,
wanna-
and then last year, we funded we gave an amount to the library and to the animal shelter, and after we paid it, right during the transition in this office, they invoiced again, we paid it twice, so we're not paying that this year.
So
Oh, we
we're
did,
already
we
here.
popped them.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
we're a
talked
year
about,
ahead.
we talked about that while you were gone too.
I got
See what
Is the-
happens when you,
Is the
double dipped.
library open?
what's that?
Is the library open?
I don't even know if the library's open.
Well, I think it is. I'm pretty certain it is.
If it is, there's a lot of restrictions.
So,
Yeah.
So we won't be doing that,
do you have to
that's a
have an
little
answer
over
for these
25.
today, Shaq? 'Cause
No.
what I'd like to have is, what did we fund last year, how much we funded, what was the total, and what are our asks for this year, so that we can compare it. And
So
we
on
actually know
this-
What the percentage, or are we gonna put 10,000, or are we gonna put $100,000 into these asks? And then we prioritize them.
Well-
I don't think we have that in front of us.
Well, on this, for Access, last year we did 10,000 to the ATU. This year they're asking for 10 to the ATU and 5 to the detox. So that's an
50%
increase. Well, 5 to the detox gets us a seat on the board.
And
So
what
I
does
think
getting a
that's
seat on the
important.
board mean?
Huh?
And what is it?
Hopefully some partly in the decision making and how they keep
How,
Montezuma
how
County
that
in
funding
their-
gets
yeah.
spent
These
at
are
the
all enduring,
detox.
The ATU and the treatment center.
They are.
Correct,
They're both
they are
enduring.
enduring
All
it.
in Clyde County.
But we don't have any other choices.
Yep, correct.
There's no
Yeah,
other
right now
choices.
we don't.
Okay.
So I'm gonna have to agree with Mr. Candelaria. Commissioner Candelaria, I like the idea of knowing that, how much it is.
Mhm.
So I can, past years, it was around 60 to 90,000 if I'm thinking correctly.
Somewhere there, yeah.
And, I'm thinking that there was one year that we didn't pay any.
Yeah. And then for community connections, they're asking for 15. Last year we gave them 10. So that's an increase of 5. And,
I
Yes.
thought with community connections, you could use CARES Act money.
they can apply for a CARES Act, for some of the money we're making available to do some of the upgrades, like putting plexiglass and stuff. All that has to be spent by December 30th. This is next year.
Mhm.
Yeah, so this is, they're asking for 15. Last year we gave them 10.
50% increase. Those are
Those
big
are huge.
increases, so
That's huge.
I wanna look at them and compare them and say, look, we're gonna, so say the number we fit, looking at our taxes, we could say it's 50,000, I don't know what it is, but then we can say, okay, this, no. I don't,
So-
I'm prepared right now to look at these, to make a decision.
So, SBDC, the small business district is,
2,500.
2,500 now.
2,500.
This
We
one's
didn't
here to
give
help
them anything
all
last
of our
year.
businesses, this one is probably be at one of the highest on my priority list.
Mhm. They're gonna be
Because
probably
they're
getting
gonna help
used a bunch in.
all the businesses that have been struggling and hurting with whatever regard
Yeah.
they can, and they work with economic, or Region 9 also.
Yeah.
So then, of course, the share house, we don't know what they're gonna ask for next year. This year, they're asking for 75. I think if we take away the delivery option and we give them the in-kind by letting them use the fairgrounds. So basically, your total asks right now are 15,000 from Axis, 15,000 for Community Connections, which makes 30, and 2,500 from SBDC. So you're
Where's
looking
the
at
Firewise
32.5.
guy? He's not on here, he asked for like.
Oh yeah, you're right
7,500
about
or
that.
10 grand, right?
Mm-hmm.
What was his name?
Alex
The
Graff.
young man that came here and gave us our presentation for that.
Alex Graff.
There you go.
I thought that was a pretty good size ask also.
Yeah, he was.
So, how much does it cost to do it? So if there's 1,000 meals and they want 7,500, that's 700, yeah, 750 apiece.
Pretty inexpensive meal.
But they're sure talking about sending out a lot more meals. They had average, what, 300 to 400 at your community dinner?
So what I'm saying
I don't know
is,
if they s- yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
what I'm trying to say is that 7,500, I mean, $7.50 a meal, and then we've never given anything before. So where did all that funding go? You see what I'm saying? They had to have
Yeah.
funding last year and the year before and the year
Yeah,
before.
to put on they went to businesses, and I think they got donations. I think, Larry Don, we donated the building, the facility, and they then went to businesses and individuals and all that
So
put
now-
on.
Individual
Mhm.
So do you think they're doing that again this year?
I think they're probably looking down the barrel that there was a lot of businesses that helped them last year that can't help them this year. I think they're probably looking at a pretty empty nest as far as
See, and
going to businesses and asking for help.
Correct. And I think that's probably where they're at.
Yeah,
I
they're
would
probably,
agree with
they're probably asking us to basically
Well,
fund the Christmas
and
dinner.
last year they asked you for $1,000, and you said you were good just giving them the annex.
Yeah.
They did ask you for 1,000 last year.
Mhm.
But we could choose, we could use their number per meal and say, okay, we can look at it and we can do 200.
200 meals for you or pay.
Or three, I mean, whatever that
Yeah.
determination might be.
Boy, 1,000 meals is a bunch.
Yeah, I don't think they've ever done 1,000 meals
I would
before.
say more like-
No.
I think you're right, 200 to 300.
Yeah, I
would
don't know where
probably be
she's
more.
getting that number that she thinks they're if they take them and deliver them to the home, that the number's gonna go through the roof. But I don't
This is a
know.
pretty big ask too, yeah, 15,000.
15,000.
15,000 was what Wildfire.
We used to
got.
give them half of that. We gave them 7,500.
Correct, that's what we gave them last year was
So
75.
that's what I'm saying, I'd like to see what we did last year.
Sure.
Compared to the ask for
Sure.
this year.
That's a good
Those are
call.
the totals
Yeah, and
the-
see where we're at, see what our total was that we gave last year, and then see what kind of percentage we wanna contribute this year.
Because the other thing that I'm also looking at is that we had a lot of, I'm gonna say maybe 50-50, but out of the budgets that were presented to us, some had a 2% increase, some had none.
Yeah,
And
some had
before
5%.
I think it's more valuable to look at all of our employees as far as, are we gonna spend that on our employees? Are we gonna spend that money on asks? not that this is not an important and critical part of it, but I think we need to evaluate that also. I mean, our employees have done a lot this year and have worked very hard through some troubling times that, and I know everybody's gonna be asking for this, but I think we need to look at our software internally first before we look outside.
Well, you know,
Software, or you're talking
Our people.
about, oh,
Our
people?
software, our people.
Oh, okay.
Before we look outside to fund.
Mhm.
And I'm not saying that these are not,
So there's some counties that don't do any of this, and their reasoning is that they say that, why do you three get to pick who I wanna donate my money to?
that's what I'm saying.
I would rather donate my money to who I wanna donate my money to, and I'm not paying you my taxes
To
for
give.
you to pick who you donate my money to.
It's a fair assessment.
There's some truth to that.
That's a fair assessment.
Yeah.
Because what's
Yeah.
important to you or you.
May not
Might not be
be,
important to the guy sitting out there.
he may think they don't have any reason to have any of that money, yeah. No,
However, our employees are.
yeah, oh, yeah, no, our employees are, yeah.
So before I start looking at that, I'd like to see what those numbers equate to, because that's what I'm thinking or looking. Because I know some had asked and some didn't even ask because they didn't think there was any
Extra.
of a chance or extra. But if we're gonna, I don't know.
We just
what
need to
this
look at the total
totals.
numbers on the
We need to
vote.
look, I need to look at the total numbers, because I don't have enough.
So I'm with you. Let's move on. I think we beat this horse dead long enough.
All righty. And we did the resolution. John Baxter's not here. James Dietrich has no report, so now it's you guys.
Wow.
Well, I think mine really quick.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, because it can't be quicker than mine.
Well, then go ahead.
I left town on Thursday, and I haven't been to a damn thing, so I haven't done a thing. I was out of town for 5
I
days.
won't be that quick, but it'll be pretty quick. So quickly, Wednesday, I met with James Dietrich, Road Department, and the McGrath Group, Sean Gregory. We walked up the road, looking at whether that proposed trail, where they're talking about, a lot of that is within obviously the township of Dolores, so their easements in that council would have to approve that prior to it even getting up onto county ground. And then there's one little section of private property. So that was, they're working on that. That'll probably get in front of Dolores sooner than later, and then it'll come to us. The only question there was the liability issue, and then James had brought up that we do have some liability out at Phil's World. I guess there's a little chunk of private ground out there that somebody has given us permission.
We had to get a,
Yeah, it's not our land.
Correct, but
We
but
cover
have
the
a
insurance.
We
policy.
cover the
Yeah.
insurance on it.
And that would be kind of the same thing if we had to, which it didn't seem like it was a big
It
deal
didn't,
at all.
it doesn't raise the cost at
No,
all.
no, it's not, and it's gonna be super small, not even anywhere what's close to. Thursday, had a communications meeting out at the PD, went over the bylaws and, the agreement, about an hour and a half meeting, they're gonna clean those up with the recommendations and suggestions. Friday, met with some private constituents to talk about the land use code. Monday night I went to, they're calling them the 12 counties, the commissioners.
Dirty dozen.
Dirty
Is
dozen.
that what it is?
Yeah, it's dirty dozen.
Anyway, and discuss the concerns of where they're all mostly headed with COVID throughout the ski season and the winter season. From what they're looking at, doesn't really affect this. I think that we are pretty well equipped with our testing. I think we've done a real good job. We have rapid testing in 2 different regards, and we do have a lab that's a CLIA certified lab now that we talked to the hospital last week, so that's it.
good enough.
Listen to the CCI meeting with Commissioner Candelaria for a little bit, and they're gonna do the final voting this Friday. That's end of my report.
Is that final voting on the winter conference and all that?
Oh, no,
these will
on
be
the,
for
Oh, and the legislative issue, they're
legislative
getting their
issues.
list down to 8, yeah.
They've got it down to, I think, 24 now.
24.
And
Why
start
do
off
they have
3.
to get it down to 8? Why is that the
Because
number?
that's, that's the amount of staff they think that they can adequately work on each issue.
Lobby 'em,
Lobby.
lobby 'em
So
and everything.
every one, they have a system of 1, 2, and 3 of how much staff time it's gonna take and whether they think that it's even stands a chance. So you kinda have to look at that too. If it's I think a 3 it utilizes a ton of staff time. We don't wanna just get one in there, you wanna look at it all.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Motion, there's nobody in the room.
Oh, any public comment?
So I move with her.
I'll second.
Motion second to adjourn, all those in favor?
Aye.